at 6 p.m. This meeting of the Seguin Independent School District has been duly called, and notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. The Seguin ISD Board of Trustees designates a time for audience participation at the beginning of each meeting to hear persons who desire to make comments in accordance with Board Policy BED Local. Those wishing to speak sign up before the meeting begins, stating the concern or noting the agenda item they wish to address. Audience participation is limited to 5 minutes. The board shall not deliberate any subject that is not on the posted agenda. We have 2 speakers this evening. So the first is Elizabeth McCown, speaking about the SISD Police Department and prayer in school.
I probably speak loud enough. Hello. All right, for the people in the back of the room, I'm Elizabeth McCowan. Okay, sure. I'm Elizabeth McCowan. I am a local attorney who works at the hospital. I have 2 kids who are here at SISD. I am on the Seguin Education Foundation. I am on the Drama Mamas. And I am also now reviewing books for our high school librarian. So lots of crossover here. Tonight I'm here as a concerned parent to speak regarding number 1, the action item 10F, to consider and take possible action regarding resolution related to Senate Bill 11 on prayer in schools. And secondly, action item 10C regarding considering approval of a board resolution to establish an SISD police department. With regards to the prayer in school, I understand that the Texas legislature mandated that you discuss this topic by March 1, and you are simply doing your job. I firmly believe the resolution as drafted is not viewpoint neutral or appropriate. In the U.S., we have division of church and state. The state is constitutionally precluded from favoring one religion over others, and they have overstepped their bounds by showing preference for Christianity by including reference to the Bible in the text of the resolution. I strongly encourage you not to pass the resolution as worded and to leave the existing policies in place. With regards to a police department, I understand that the police department is sought due to requirements of House Bill 3 requiring school districts to have at least one, quote, armed security officer present during regular school hours at each different campus, as well as for consistent operational continuity and comprehensive jurisdiction. I respectfully request that if this resolution goes forward, it goes forward thoughtfully and judiciously with regards to the types of uniforms and duty weapons that the SISD PD will be outfitted with. I understand there may be constraints on what constitutes the definition of armed within the House bill, but I encourage the school board to use whatever latitude the law allows to make sure that a Seguin ISD police department is created thoughtfully to support the ISD mission to cultivate, inspire, and empower students to grow and learn. I fear some of our more vulnerable populations may be too scared to learn if we create an environment that feels more like a jail than a school. Please help me see that this does not happen. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service. Good evening.
Thank you. And next we have Viviana Arce speaking about the girls' basketball program.
Hello, and thank y'all for having me today. So I come before y'all pretty much to talk about the girls' basketball program. So my name is Viviana Arce. So pretty much myself and the other parents in this room want change. Our girls have confronted the coach and the athletic directors with numerous concerns, and nothing has been done. Us as parents as well have gone through the chain of command. Our girls made playoff, as you may know. We have a talented young group of girls, not because of the coaching. Sorry. We face numerous unfair actions, girls not wanting to play basketball, daughters coming home crying because they're being told not being told what they did wrong. These last 2 years for us have been a nightmare is an understatement. head coach has pushed girls away from the program, and it shows because we have 5 girls that made varsity freshman year because they were a talented group that went undefeated during their 8th grade year. Pretty much all I want is for you to look into the girls basketball program as far as development, look at stats, the favoritism that's being given, and then the lack of feedback to different girls. My daughter didn't have an opportunity to play this year because she tore her ACL during the summertime. But my fear is next year when she comes back that she's going to face the same thing she did her freshman year. So I'm just asking you, please, if you could please look into the athletic program because we've already gone through numerous changes of command and nothing's been done. So sorry. Just get a little emotional, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Move on to item 3, closed session. The board will adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, 551.129, consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultation with legal counsel as necessary, to address legal concerns, implications, and answer any legal questions regarding posted agenda items. Including 1, discussion of intruder detection audit reports. B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss personnel matters including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee. C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discuss the sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. And D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0821, deliberation regarding public school students. It is 6:08 p.m. 7:16 p.m. with no action. Next up is the pledges to the United States and Texas flags. And to lead us in those is Emily Briscoe, a 7th grader from AJB.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Now we'll have our moment of silence. Thank you. Item 6 is our recognitions. First, our superintendent report.
Good evening, board. Good evening, community, parents, families. A couple of quick announcements for you all. First, just a friendly reminder that here at Seguin ISD, we are moving to one unified communication system through Parent Square. If you've not already done so, please download that free app, log in, confirm your parent account. If you have any concerns with that, please feel free to reach out to your campus or our communications department, and we'll get you taken care of. I want to say thank you to everyone who joined us, as well as those that bought something at the Seguin Education Foundation's Mardi Gras auction and gala. This year's event raised more than $140,000 supporting SEF grants for teachers and staff. I'd also like to thank the SEF Executive Director, Jill Nash, for her hard work, and the SEF Board of Directors on a fantastic event that'll help provide valuable opportunities for our students. Also want to share congratulations to our 3 Destination Imagination teams who have qualified for state, and they're getting ready. Athletically, I'm excited to announce that the 29 Seguin High School student athletes on our girls powerlifting team have qualified for regionals. I'm incredibly proud of these ladies. Congratulations to our Seguin High School Lady Matador basketball team for making the playoffs. I know their season didn't end the way that they hoped it would there in that first round, but they did a fantastic job. We're proud of their hard work and dedication representing us. Thanks to everyone who came out to celebrate our student athletes at Meet the Matadors earlier this month. Track and field, powerlifting, softball, baseball all took center stage. Way to go. We also hope that our community will continue to support our spring sports. Please come out and support our student athletes competing in baseball, softball, golf, soccer, tennis, track, and powerlifting. Career and technical education-wise, we're excited to celebrate CTE Month. Seguin Mayor Donna Dodgen even signed a proclamation to celebrate, and several of our teachers were honored to be in attendance. We're proud to offer CTE programs which provide excellent opportunities for our students, and you'll hear about that a little bit tonight from Mr. Harrietta, our CTE director. Several high school students, as part of our CTE program, are offering free Vita tax services to eligible taxpayers on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We do encourage that you get appointments if you're interested in that, but you do not have to. Information is available on our website. It's a great way that our students are giving back to the community. I want to thank our CTE students who participated in Ball Early Childhood Center's career fair today. They set the example for our CTE students of tomorrow. Several students were also invited to participate in the CTE Job Shadow Day. I want to thank our local businesses for their support of Seguin High School and our students. Congratulations to our students who participated in competitions for the Technology Student Association and Business Professionals of America. Our AV production students won and will go to state for that. We also have several students who have or will compete in various competitions at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Congratulations and best of luck to all our students, their families, and the staff that continue to support them. Fine arts-wise, lots of great things happening. Congratulations to our high school dance, mariachi, and theater programs for their recent successful events. The theater department welcomed elementary and middle school students for a theater clinic, while our dance department hosted more than 1,000 dancers at the Crowd Pleasers competition. Mariachi and band also hosted the UIL State Mariachi Festival at Seguin High School this past weekend. Our Mariachi Matador earned its highest scores in the program's history. So I want to say thank you to all our students and staff and parents for representing our school district so well. One more quick shout out to the Mariachi program for sending 4 groups to competition earlier this month. It's pretty impressive to have one group that goes to competition, and we had 4. Which is pretty phenomenal. Good luck to the Seguin High School Star Steppers who are competing this Saturday at the Crowd Pleasers Dance Nationals competition in Orlando. Seguin High School is home to 6 Texas Theater Scholars, all of whom met rigorous academic and theatrical requirements for this honor. Congratulations to those thespians. Our choir and band programs are also preparing for UIL concert and sight reading next month. Our middle school programs will perform the first week of March, followed by high school the last week of March. Congratulations to our Matador Color Guard who earned 2nd place in open class at the TECA Madison Regional over the weekend. You have a chance to see these talented performers in action during the TECA Seguin competition next month. Stay tuned for details and we'll get those out to you. In visual arts, our students are preparing for the VASE and Junior VASE and team competitions this spring. Students at all levels will compete in a variety of artistic media, including ceramics, painting, drawing, and sculpture. Our high school students competed over the weekend, and several have qualified for state. So best of luck to all of those fine arts students. And then one final note, we're excited to celebrate Big Art Day in Seguin ISD with the mayor next week. She'll have a proclamation for us to honor of the statewide celebration of visual arts in public schools. So stay tuned, and we'll get that information to you shortly. All in all, board, community, we have a lot of great things happening across Seguin ISD. Incredibly proud of our students, incredibly proud of our staff who put countless hours in to make those things happen. So lots to be celebrated and excited for.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our board member reports. Would you like to start, Mr. Dwyer?
Another busy month. Of course, I've continued to do my construction meetings at the ag facility in McQueenie Elementary. I got to attend the spring Meet the Mats. We've done some board training several times over the last month. I did get to go to the Mardi Gras event. I was very impressed. Anytime you can put people in a room and raise over $100,000 for anything is a pretty big accomplishment. And they went over $140,000 that night. So big kudos to everybody involved in that effort. It was a great event and well worth it. My highlight of the month was I got to tour the high school CTE facilities. I won't lie, I had no idea what we have to offer our students in that department. I was very impressed by the amount of programs we offer and the facilities that we have to offer those programs compared to 25 years ago when I went to school at that school, or at that location, I should say. Anyways, I encourage everybody to take advantage of what's going on there. I know when my children come home with the course selection sheet, I don't totally understand that and wrap my mind around that and know what could be possible for my child in 4 years if they were to follow those certain paths. So I encourage you as parents and community members, when you have that opportunity, to do a deep dive with your child and try to figure that out, because it's pretty impressive and it's pretty awesome what we have for our students here at Seguin ISD. That's all I have.
I'll try to keep this short and sweet. Of course, attended the Seguin Education Foundation Mardi Gras event, and kudos to all the directors and our executive director back there. Great work indeed. And of course, I attended the board training, and the one I want to highlight, just went to this Saturday, was the Seguin Art League's 16th annual elementary and middle school art show. It was very impressive. We had some students that had art there, and I received a compliment from the folks from the Art Center, just a shout out to our fine arts director and department. They're very impressed and with all the things that our students get to be involved in. So want to pass that along.
Mine sounds a little bit like Mr. Dwyer's because we're on some similar committees together. One of them is the construction committee, and I am so excited because we are coming to the end of some very fantastic facilities, McQueenie Elementary and the ag facility, and they are going to be top of the line. They're totally awesome. So I am getting more and more excited every time I I go to one of the meetings to see the progress that's been made. I was also part of the committees to help put together the gala for the Skiing Education Foundation, and I am just so honored to be along so many people from the community that worked so hard to put that on to raise money for the teacher grants, which eventually goes to the students. So that was a whole lot of fun, and it was well worth all the work. We had a training all together that it was intense, but I enjoy being with everybody on the board and listening to everybody's thoughts. And we had lots of laughter too along the way as well. So it's always a good time together. Went to the CTE tour, which is totally amazing, and seeing all the different certificates that students can get before they leave school. We have so many things to offer students here. My one local one in McQueenie is I went to the academic night at McQueenie, and they had a choir concert that was quite nice as well. A lot of folk tunes. So, had a good month.
I also attended the School Action Funding Board Workshop, Seguin Education Mardi Gras fundraiser, Meet the Mats, and the virtual McQueenie construction meeting. And I also encourage for the audience that's here today to stick around to see the CTE presentation. That's all.
I just want to talk about one of the highlights for me this month. Was attending the DTAC committee meetings. It was all about district technology and creating a 5-year plan. The committee has met 3 times this year. It's amazing to have a group of administrators, teachers, principals, and students in a room to talk about what technology looks like over the next 5 years. And really have a concrete plan. I appreciate Dr. Creo and how he facilitated that. Lots of voices were heard, particularly those of the students. I'm really excited about that plan and the students' involvement in that. I learned a lot about the benefits of AI, using it both for the classrooms and the teachers, and excited for how that is going to integrate into our schools in the future.
Well, it's been a very quick, busy, short month, feels like. We had opening day of baseball, which was great. That stadium is fantastic. Really starting to enjoy all that we put into that. We had the National Honor Society induction, which was really amazing to see all of the amount of students that we have that were inducted through that. Made it through the girls' regional powerlifting meet, and just to see these young ladies and the amount of weight that they can press, was really impressive. Made me feel like I needed to go to the gym more. AJB did a really amazing thing with their 6th grade Titanic museum, where all the 6th graders made little pieces from the Titanic, or what they thought would be on the Titanic. And there was some very creative, real good stuff in there. So that was really fun to see. And then probably one of my favorite things every year is the Vogel Chili Cook-Off. That's always a good time. And we had some nice guest judges. Yeah. And then also keep in mind, it is still early voting for March primaries. So please make sure you get out there and do your job and vote.
All right. I think I went to the same things as everyone else. Mardi Gras, the CTE tour, plenty of board training. I did get to do some other things. I saw some Barnes basketball, and I got to see our DI teams this weekend. So they make you very proud. So all right, that's it for board member reports. Next is student, staff, board, and community recognition. Emily and Dr. Lee.
President Crittenden, Dr. Lee, trustees, we are going to have another video to show you, and then we'll introduce you to our students of the month. So, Jeff, if you would please play on.
Hi, I'm Aubrey Johnson, and I am the elementary she did so with such remarkable strength, and we are so proud of all that she has overcome. She came back to school, and she has done so with such grace and courage, and she comes with a smile on her face. She gives 100% every single day, and I can't think of anybody more deserving of Superintendent Student of the Month.
Can you guys help me, with your loudest cheer possible, congratulate our elementary student of the month? Ready? Aubrey Johnson. Come on up, Aubrey. Come on up.
Probably an engineer or like some person who like works on cars. Hi, my name is Emily Briscoe, and I am the secondary student of the
Amy is extremely respectful and responsible. With that being said, she serves as a lieutenant on our Starlets dance team, and she takes that responsibility really, really to heart. And she helps manage the team behaviors, and is very responsible.
All right, please help me congratulate our secondary student of the month, Emily Briscoe. Come on up, Emily. Congratulations, Emily. You could have explained that whole sphere, volume, everything like that, right? You'd have had it. Congratulations. Proud of you. Proud of what you do. Just excited to recognize you for all the amazing stuff.
If I could do any job when I'm older, it would definitely be a geneticist, which is a scientist who looks at genetics and tries to cure diseases and all of this stuff.
So I love the Apple Award, but this is kind of my new favorite part. So making that video is a lot of fun. So I'm very excited to introduce both of these young ladies to our trustees and to all of you tonight. So yes, if y'all want to come down, thank you. All right, so first, I'm honored to welcome our Elementary Student of the Month, Aubrey Johnson from Weinert Elementary. Just a moment. All right. Now I am honored to also welcome our secondary student of the month, Miss Emily Briscoe from AJB.
Everybody take a step this way.
All right. Miss Emily, would you like me to hold on to that while you... Isn't it exciting, the students we have here in Seguin ISD? And on that note, I am happy to hand this over to Dr. Lee for our Superintendent Apple Award.
Thank you, Emily. So, friends, as you know, academics are at the heart of the work that we do here at Seguin ISD, but that also requires a lot of support from all corners of the district and its staffs. Our mission of building relationships, inspiring success, and empowering all takes every single person who wears a Seguin ISD badge. This month's Superintendent Apple Award recipient was recognized by their supervisor as someone who shows up for their team and their students daily with dependability, a solutions-first mindset, a can-do attitude, a smile, even when the day is busy. For some, the work of supporting our students starts in a crosswalk, greeting students in the morning. For others, it's preparing meals that help keep our students focused, and we all know the importance of a full belly for focusing on school. For nearly 33 years, this month's recipient has impacted generations of Seguin ISD students by serving them meals with pride, providing a place where they feel safe, welcome, and cared for at school. The nomination we received for this month's recipient included this quote: "Over the years, she has received countless handwritten letters from students thanking her for her food and admiring her role model attitude. Students don't just notice her cooking, they notice the way she makes them feel. Her daily interactions remind us that every role in Seguin ISD can create a positive, lasting impact on children's lives." This person has built lasting relationships with students at Seguin High School for years as an assistant manager in the cafeteria. More recently, she has served as the kitchen manager at Sagert, where she provides a welcoming, student-centered environment while leading her team with calm, consistency, and professionalism. She was also recognized for her reliability, service, commitment, and heart, making her a true example of the person we need here in Seguin ISD, always putting students first. Friends, if you'll please join me in congratulating our February Superintendent's Apple Award recipient, Miss Rosa Campos.
I'm pretty sure that Miss Rosa has a lot of family in the back. If y'all would like to come up, family members, we'd love to have you in the photo. She was also told a little white lie.
Campos, you brought the whole family. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. All right. All right, we're going to do our best to squeeze in.
Just make 2 rows.
I was going to say, can you
Do I
do me
need
a
to hold
favor? Can
anything
you
for
stand
you?
right in front
I can
here
hold the
and
bag
this
for you. That
me?
might help.
Hold them both. You got to hold the bottom and the top, okay? Stand right there.
You're going to hold my award? Look at you. Are you good with your flowers?
Are you good, Ms. Campos?
Oh,
All right.
this way. There you go. Awesome.
Got it, Jill.
Maybe it was a great
You guys got it? You got it? Hold on.
I don't want to take off with it by accident. Can you make sure she gets that? Thank you so much. All right, one more round of applause for our Apple Award winner. Okay. I think that was, I think so. I think That's still on.
We say this often, but in case you don't know, we don't know who the award is going to, so we get to see their face when they figure out that it's them. And we get to see their family who's hiding behind them and has snuck in. So it's always a little emotional. So thank y'all very much. All right. Next is our campus highlights. Trustees, as the parent of 2 former Weinert students and a former Weinert student myself, I am pleased to introduce Weinert Elementary's campus highlight presentation. Weinert currently serves nearly 450 students in kindergarten through 5th grade. Weinert is following a targeted improvement plan this year that focuses on data-driven instruction and high-quality instructional materials. Administrators have begun conducting TEKS alignment walks to observe classrooms and ensure that students are engaging with the required Texas essential knowledge and skills. Principal Tiffany Way will share more about these walks and their impact on students and staff. Mrs. Way, we look forward to your presentation. And Ms. Castro, too.
Of course. Good evening, President Crittenden, Dr. Lee, and school board. We are excited to share our TEKS walks. Our TEKS alignment walks were implemented to ensure rigorous, standards-aligned instruction across all classrooms. The focus is on using authentic student work as evidence that instruction and classroom work aligns to the full TEKS. Additionally, our TEKS walks are an integral part of our campus targeted improvement plan, addressing our high priority focus areas of data-driven instruction and the daily use of our high-quality instructional materials, or HQIM. So a little background on our TEKS walks. We have conducted 3 alignment walks so far this year. Grade levels work together to determine the TEK and type of student work that will be posted, always keeping in mind that we want to see the students' authentic work. 100% of teachers post the complete TEKS components, including the knowledge and skill statement, the student expectation, a process standard, and an exemplar, and several work samples, including work samples from a student who is at a higher level, a medium level, a lower level, GT, and special education. We want teachers to focus on the following. What do the students need to know? We want them to pay particular attention to the process standard, what the students are doing to learn the content. We ask them to deconstruct the TEKS, paying attention to the verbs. Is it tested? How is it tested? How often is it tested? How will we know if they learned it? Students complete the alignment learning tasks, and teachers post student work demonstrating mastery.
The next thing we focus on is the process. So during PLC planning, teachers collaboratively deconstruct the TEKS. Teachers are given a protocol to support each phase of the alignment walk, from planning to next steps. Alignment walks allow peers, administrators, and curriculum staff to review evidence of alignment and provide feedback. Expected outcomes we want. Since we started our TEKS alignment walks across the campus, we have seen more consistent TEKS alignment across classrooms. Additionally, the TEKS alignment walks have shown some misalignment between the verbs and the work, and misalignment in strategies that have been taught by grade level teams.
Which gives us the opportunity to have those conversations during PLC meetings. Each cycle, we track posting of TEKS components, quality of aligned student work, and PLC instructional adjustments. Teachers will then choose a grade level either below or above them, depending on the grade level. And they go and look at the work and look at the process standards, the TEK, and then look at the strategies and see if there's alignment, and if there is alignment with the verb that the work and that the TEKs take, Trend data allows us to identify strengths, reteach needs, and vertical alignment opportunities across grade levels.
So the impact on instruction this has is teachers are planning and internalizing with the rigor of the TEKS verb in mind. Student tasks are becoming more authentic and aligned to standards and our HQIM resources. PLC teams are making faster, data-informed instructional adjustments based on real student work.
So these are some pictures of our process. You can see that the teachers have the work posted, and each of the teachers gets a clipboard, and I have a sample of the form that we use. And then we come back together in PLC and discuss what we saw, and then Mrs. Castro and I turn around the information to the next grade level to share with them what we saw.
Alignment, or just some notices you had on third grade work?
I really like, again, it would be great if we knew the name of that strategy, but my hope is that since Ms. Wolf is so good at explicitly teaching that and giving them multiple ways to subtract and regroup,
Right, exactly. I don't know if it'll come back on, but that is two of our two fourth grade math teachers and our instructional coach having a debrief and a conversation about what they saw on their TEKS alignment walk for third grade math. And looking at the alignment and making sure that they can maintain and seeing that the HQIM is building upon each year, each grade level. And we're seeing it particularly with our students who are in third grade who have started in kindergarten. So in closing, by May 2026, all grade level teams will complete full TEKS alignment cycles with documented instructional adjustments. And this process ensures consistent rigor, strong vertical alignment, and improved student mastery of grade level standards.
Any questions?
Alignment, or just some notices you had on
And there it
third
goes.
grade work?
I really like, again, it would be great if we knew the name of that strategy, but my hope is that since Ms. Wolf is so good at explicitly teaching that and giving them multiple ways to subtract and regroup.
But
I don't have a question, but I was involved in PLC myself when I was a teacher, and just watching the teacher-to-teacher interaction is so much different than just having a meeting. And I think that's what really helps make that process so good for students.
I agree. And since I've been in the district, we have seen our PLCs grow tremendously and become more student focused and really, looking at how we can most benefit students, taking it back to them. So, thank you. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood.
All right, if there are no objections, we're going to go in a slightly different order and move to 8A. I see we have some fine arts students and staff here that I'm sure would like to go home eventually. So we're going to move to item 8A, Fine Arts, Proclamation of Arts in Our Schools Month. Dr. Parrott?
Do I read all the stuff for this? We do.
We'd like to invite all the fine arts students up to the front
All of them. That's a big number.
that are here. No, yeah,
Yeah, come on.
all of the fine
You're
arts
here.
students.
Do the thing. All right. Eleanor. See?
Just read the thing?
Read the thing.
Okay. Oh, thanks. Whereas every year in March, the American Allegiance for Theater and Education, the Educational Theater Association, and the International Thespian Society partner for Theater in Our Schools Month to raise awareness about the value of theater education and draw attention to the need for all students to have access to a quality theater program, and whereas theater is an integral part of arts education and the arts have been part of life from the very beginning and are an inseparable part of the human journey, describing, defining, and deepening the human experience and adding depth and dimension to the environment we live in, and whereas all students participating in arts education courses benefit from the skills and processes developed through the arts and apply those skills in a variety of disciplines and settings, no matter their intended career path. And whereas participating in theater continues to students' development through heightened skills in listening, understanding human experiences, adapting to and respecting others' diverse way of thinking, communicating, effectively analyzing nonverbal communication, reading, self-expression, imagination of humankind, creativity, and whereas theater helps develop self-confidence, boost self-reliance, and increase empathy and compassion towards oneself and others, and whereas, as a creative outlet or as the beginning steps towards a professional career, theater programs in Seguin shape the future of our young people. There are a variety of benefits that come from taking part in these programs for students of all backgrounds and professional and educational interests, including creative problem-solving skills, the ability to accomplish team goals, and many more. Now, therefore, I
get to sign that, so
Yeah.
it's me.
Denise Cretenden, the board president, now proclaims March 1st through the 31st, 2026 as Arts in Our Schools Month in Seguin ISD and urges all citizens to celebrate theater programs and the students that participate in them as we work together toward a better future for this important part of every student's education.
So thank you, Board of Trustees, President Cretton, Dr. Lee. We want to acknowledge the hard work that Eleanor put into developing this proclamation. It was a task that I went to her and said, hey, you know, there's everything in our schools month is March. And I want to make sure we highlight that, but I really want to highlight the theater world that's going on. But I wanted to make sure we highlight that there's great things happening in the arts across Seguin ISD. It is Art in Our Schools Month, Dance in Our Schools Month, Theater in Our Schools Month, Music in Our Schools Month. So everything, all the bases are touched. So I did want to highlight a few things. Right now in theater, musical theater is alive and well at both of our middle schools. We have our new theater teacher at Barnes who is bringing back musical theater to Barnes. We're very excited for that. We have extremely devoted kids and parents, community teachers. We even have 3 teachers that are graduates of Seguin ISD. There's 3 of our theater teachers. In the thespian world, we had 11 who earned a spot at the International Thespians Convention, with 9 more competing virtually. We'll find out about them soon. And we had 6 that were named Texas Theater Scholars. That's a very high award for them. Also wanted to highlight our other programs here. We have choir, who's working hard to build a strong and unified program and work towards their UIL season. Cheer, new to fine arts in my world, developing a unified Seguin ISD cheer program and had a very successful UIL season under the direction of Suzanne Shearhart. Dance is competing at local and national competitions at both levels. Color Guard is competing every single weekend. So if you want to go catch some Color Guard, they compete every single weekend, and they're building a middle school Color Guard program, which is really building everything at the top as well. Ballet Folklorico is building their first year of middle school Folklorico programs, and we have a rough idea that it's going to explode at the middle school level. Got me a little nervous with those numbers. Mariachi hosted the state UIL Mariachi Festival for 3 days. It bled into Sunday morning at 1 o'clock in the morning when I finally got home. But to watch the mariachi kids, the band, everyone who helped out with that is one of the largest festivals I've ever seen, and it was absolutely phenomenal to see. And they also performed beautifully. Band helped plan, organize, and run the state UIL mariachi competition. Heather, David, and Garrett were absolutely phenomenal. Heather is the queen of all things when it comes to planning, so I want to shout her out. Visual Arts had our first round of vase competition with 3 state qualifiers, many that received 4, the highest score possible, but we had 3 that are going to be moving on to state. And we have an upcoming junior vase and team, which is the elementary version competition coming up. And we had a student who was selected for the state level Youth Art Month Gallery, which will be up for consideration for the governor's, the governor's gallery at the end of the year. And then elementary music, can't leave them out. collaborated and performed beautifully at the MLK performance, and will be taking on a very hefty task of adopting a brand new curriculum over the summer with a 2-week intensive program that's going to happen over the course of 3 years to get certified, and they're all bought into it 100%, so we're really excited about it. Can I have all of my fine arts staff please stand and be recognized? Before I sit down, I just, it's an absolute blessing and a privilege to be here, be back in Seguin. I told a former superintendent many years ago that this is where I plan to retire, and I would like to uphold that, that promise in this district, because this is pretty special. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Your dad dropped me off. Thanks to all the students who came. We appreciate you. Yes.
Really quick.
Thanks to all our fine arts staff for coming out tonight. We appreciate y'all. Now we'll go back to 7A, public hearing. We have a report on the Seguin ISD 2024-2025 Texas Academic Performance Report, or TAPER. PEAM's Financial Standard Report, District Accreditation Status Report on Violent and Criminal Incidents, Progress Toward Campus Performance Objectives, Progress Towards House Bill 3 Goals, and a report from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on Student Performance in Post-Secondary Institutions. That seems like a report already. Miss Miranda.
Good evening, President Crittenden, Dr. Lee, and Board of Trustees. So it is that time of year where we get to share the annual report. It is a statute. The TAPER, the Texas Academic Performance Report, was released in December 18th to be exact, and we have 90 days to compile the annual report and present it to the board. So that's why I'm here tonight, is to, you all have your compiled reports. Yes. And so what is this, there are 8 pieces that, sections, excuse me, that must be included. And so what I'm gonna do tonight is just go over what's in it. All the data has been presented in other ways throughout the year. This is just everything compiled. And then where to find it, and how people can access it. That's pretty much, and then kind of each section. So why now? Everything's final now. There was a time where we presented, accountability results. Lots of data has been presented over the course of the year, but now it's been finalized. The validation periods have all ended, and so now everything is official, and the year has been closed. And so this is very similar to like a business that presents to the board at the end of the year to say this is kind of where we were. It's kind of a snapshot. So section 1 is the taper itself, the Texas Academic Performance Report. It is the largest piece of the annual report. It is compiled for the district, and each campus is also included in the annual report. It's published as a PDF, and it is posted on our website. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be switching. There's also a QR code. We've kind of gone digital this year. So you have a paper version, but now we also have a QR code where you can actually link to the district website, and the document in its entirety is available for you, or you can just look at each section individually because it's easier to do that way. So the taper report is all of our assessment. It includes all of our assessment data. It has a cover page with the accountability ratings. The special education determination is on the cover of the district cover page. And then any distinctions that were earned by either the district or the campus will also be posted on those cover pages. The taper report includes all of our performance ratings, performance levels for approaches, meets, and masters for each assessment, each grade level, and each content. Lots and lots and lots of data. Also includes annual growth and accelerated growth. Just to note that academic growth is not included in the taper. That is something that's used for accountability separately, just so if you're looking for that, the pieces are there, just not the summarized. Also includes bilingual education, the explanations of the way that we serve our students and the programming we use, and of course the STAR performance, the growth, and the accelerated learning for them as well. And then participation rates are included, who took the test, who didn't take the test, and kind of the absent rates. You also get the attendance and rates, the graduation rates, and the dropout rates. Again, just to remind everyone that graduation rates are even more lagging, and it includes the 23-24 and 22-23 graduates. And then we have our college and career, military readiness, all of our CCMR indicators, all of our TSI, APs, and other post-secondary readiness indicators are included. Student information, staff information, and program by enrollment is also included. There's a wealth of information in the taper. And again, district and each campus. Section 2 of the annual report is our PEIMS financial standards, which is based on the 23-24 financial reports. I believe they were presented in a board meeting recently, a few months ago. And so those are also included, and Seguin currently has a financial rating of an A. Section 3 is our district accreditation status. As of the date that this was compiled, 23-24 was what was available. Just recently they released the 24-25, and Seguin is still accredited. And online, the new accreditation is linked. Campus performance objectives. Each campus and the district has a improvement plan, which is approved by the board, and then throughout the year, it is monitored and updated. And so this is the formative review of those plans for last year. You can also link to those on the web. The Section 5 is the report on the violent criminal incidents. We had one in our district in 24-25, and it'll explain by campus and by district. Section 6 is a report for post-secondary institution. This looks at students who have left us and gone on to college, and it keeps track of them. So this data is also a little bit more lagging because it's after they've left us, and it's from the 22-23 high school graduates. Just to note that if a student goes out of the state, they're not included in this data, so there are some of those students. Just a little summary at the bottom, the 490 graduates in 23, 147 went on to a 2-year, 4-year, or independent college or university in Texas. Of 130 students who went to a 2 or 4-year university, 40% earned a first-year GPA of 3.0 or better. So it keeps track of our students beyond when they leave us. And then Section 7 is our House Bill 3 goals. House Bill 3 says we should have a goal for math proficiency, reading, early literacy, reading, and CCMR. Our current House Bill 3 goals were to increase the percentage of third grade students meets grade level or above by August of 27. This is where the target and the actual, and you'll see that there are graphs, and it's also broken down by each campus, so you can see visually kind of how we've moved towards that goal. Goal 2 is meets grade level or above on STAR Math from 28% to 52% by August of 27. Same exact format where you can see where we've been and breakdown by each campus in order to head towards that goal. And then CCMR, the percentage of annual graduates who meet the college career military readiness from 59 to 80% by August of 27. We had 64% in 25, which were our 24 graduates. And this is a even longer look of CCMR in Seguin ISD and as we've moved towards our goal, and also a breakdown. We do have MBLC, which is does have CCMR indicators, and so I've included Seguin High School and MBLC, but we know that's a tiny campus, so they are included. And that is everything. Section 8 is a very large section. It is the tapered glossary. It is where DEA has explained all the information, the words, the math, and the way everything's broken down. It's available both in English and in Spanish, and there are QR codes here if you want just that document alone. And that's the last section of the annual report.
Board, a couple of quick things. One, I want to thank Ms. Miranda for putting this together. It is a lot of different items that have to be compiled into one place. There's nothing in this annual report that has not already been seen by you or that's been made available by being on the website or on some of the TEA sites. I think it goes without saying, Ms. Miranda's here to present some of that data more than anything else, but I think if you look at just some of the data in general, like we do have some work to do. We've been very open and honest about that as a team. We've been open and honest about that as a board superintendent team. Our senior leadership team is committed to that. Ms. Miranda has been instrumental in being able to help some of that work, along with Ms. Lyons as our chief academic officer. They're driving a lot of that work that happens. But I just want to acknowledge that this report is essentially the data that's already there. We know that there's work to be done. That's why we've put in some of the improvement plans and the improvement processes that need to happen. And I just want to be very transparent that we know that that work is happening and needs to happen in order to get Seguin ISD where we want it to be. So.
Thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Enjoy your reading.
All right. Moving on to our next report or information item, 8B, Career and Technical Education with Mr. Hariete.
Board President Crittenden, distinguished board members, and our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Jack Lee. Thank you very much for offering me the opportunity to go ahead and present an update on career and technical education. If you hyperlink on that link, that's going to take us to the website, and that might help in seeing what we've done in CTE. We are very, very proud of our programs at our high school and now at our middle school. Career and technical education, one of the things to understand is we need to go ahead and understand the job growth in our area. This is from source Job CQ. You see all the clusters that are grouped together. What's interesting, you will see growth in most of these areas. You will also see what's called the above average occupation wage, the above living wage, and below living wage, which is approximately at 67,000. The only one that kind of pops an eye is at hospitality and tourism. There's still growth at 18%. A lot of tips are probably maybe not reported. But once again, that's not to say that there's not going to be any growth. So look at human services, look at information technology, STEM or engineering in our area. When you look at that area, Seguin kind of sits right in the middle, and there's approximately a 45-minute where that report was taken. So some people, even though they live in Seguin, they could go ahead and work in the New Braunfels area. They might be working in the east side of San Antonio. And you see that map, and that's just taking into account that growth within that area. We showed this last year when it comes to our population. I think that's really important. I decided to put it back this year because you see the growth in that Gen M, that Gen Z, and then that Gen A. It's at 10%, but they are coming, right? We're going to see an explosive growth with our millennials and our Gen Z. It's currently sitting above the Gen X, which is my generation, and of course those baby boomers that are now kind of like going down. But one of the things that I really wanted to showcase is our IBCs, our industry-based certifications. When it comes to career and technical education, there are multiple programs, several coherent sequence of courses that provide students rigorous content that lead to graduation. IBCs is an opportunity for all students. You don't see the number, but we'll showcase the number there. That's the front of our page. But when it comes to CTE, many people ask, well, what is a program of study? We mention that word quite frequently. What is a POS? Well, for short, it prepares students with the skills necessary for success in a chosen career. It's really a sequence of relevant real-world experiences that culminate in a senior level course. And you will sometimes ask other questions, like, for example, do the courses in a program of study need to be offered in a certain order? The answer, that is determined by the LEA, but there's a recommendation for them to go ahead and take a sequence of courses. And what does a level 1 or 4 indicate? They just indicate rigor of the course that may influence the order in which students complete that sequence. And once again, LEAs can go ahead and have leverage in that order. But we're not just a question and answer. So we are exactly what you see in those pictures. We have an education and training program of study, construction, our nursing program of study, our engineering program of study, cosmetology, and those pictures kind of have a snapshot of what's happening, and those were taken this year with that signing date towards the end of last year where we had those students that were ready to go ahead and go into the world of work. This was currently this year at our local junior Guadalupe Fair. When I spoke with those students and I took those pictures, I did ask them a little bit of what they had done, and I asked one of the students why it was gray. And I said, so are you going to sell this? Yes, mister. I go, right around $2,500, $3,000? Oh no, right around $10,000. And it just threw me back of the skill that it takes to create something like that. Now, ROTC will be falling under CTE. That's something that the state has changed. We took that picture was shared with me, and we're very proud to now start working with Commander, and we're having conversations to even maybe possibly see how we could bring those programs down to the middle school. with the administration at both middle schools. When it comes to our data, approximately we have 2,000 students at the high school, 27 CTE teachers with now 7 middle school teachers. There's a total of 10 career clusters. You saw them at the beginning on that second slide, the transportation industry, the STEM industry, hospitality and tourism, public service, and a total of 16 programs of study. We offer 24 IBCs, or industry-based certifications, and we did outline some of them, like American Welding Society, National Center for Construction Education and Research. That's your NCCER. Your Home Builders Institute, that's one that we have just started. We applied for a $12,800 grant. We got that. The teachers are going to be trained, as a matter of fact, by the end of this week, both of those teachers, and we're going to be offering that certification coming up, HBI. So we feel it's important, and we're discussing that because the state, in their wisdom, decided to go ahead and tier IBCs. What does that mean? Some IBCs now have a 1, others now have a 2, and others now have a 3. If an IBC is tiered at 3, the state has said no more than 5 students or 5% of your graduation population. NCCR core has been decided by the state that it's a tier 3, so we need to pivot and make adjustments to say we need to go into a tier 2 or a tier 1. So we're positioning ourselves to make sure that the students can still get an IBC and we can still count towards CCMR. New programs of study at both middle schools, AJB and Barnes. We have the on-ramps courses for our audio-video production and computer science, and we are working with both of those teachers to make sure those students are taking the courses here at the high school, but they're also being mentored and shadowed by UT. P-TECH will now offer what's called Level 1 certificate, or pharmacy technology, with 17 dual credit hours with Lamar State College. And cosmetology will offer a Level 1 certificate with 33 dual credit hours with Lamar State College. And when I say cosmetology will offer a Level 1 certificate, it is actually the college that reports that Level 1 certificate. So we don't print it out. We don't give that to the students. It is the IHE that reports that to the Department of Education, and it's a lagging indicator. So by the time that report comes, sometimes we see that in our CCMR approximately a year and a half after they graduate. But that's good for our students. They're getting dual credit and at no cost. So we're really proud. That took a year worth of work. Our Ag Science building will be opening June the 26th. And right now there's buzz with our Vita Tax. We opened that 3 weeks ago. Anybody making under $67,000. We did put posters at the middle schools in the entrance. We put posters here at the Education Center. And I know we need to put some posters out at the churches. I think I've had that conversation. So we're reaching out, and we have met with Emily. We're going to go ahead and promote that at our local radio station. Updating CT computer labs. Happy to say that we'll be updating 3 computer labs. We met with IT, and I think we received the brackets today and some of the monitors. So we're working diligently to get that up and going, and much needed. More data, CTE. I just want to point out that we are now servicing over 600 students at 7th and 8th grade that we were not servicing before. That impacts our funding, so that's going to be good news, and I'll be talking with Liz on that because we want to buy equipment, supplies, and materials to put back into those programs. And you see the counts. So that has risen now 2,231 students, which is great. If you look at our website, you'll see that arrow, and that's pointing to all our programs of study. It is now current. You will see what's called a 4-year career plan, and I know Mr. Dwyer was talking about that, and also you'll see the sequence of courses. These are one-pagers that TA has come out. We have modified that to fit our needs here in our district. You'll see the statewide program of study description that TA has, and now you will see the grade level, the level of the course, and the sequence of courses. What's interesting that you will also see the certifications that the students can go ahead and obtain, and then can students do anything after post-secondary? You'll have that information there. But to make it even easier, we now have just a simple flow chart that we've been sharing with the counselors for some time on our programs of study, and all our programs of study are there. with what's happening in 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th, and 12th grade with the certification attached to those courses that they're taking or there's those programs of study. What is an IBC? We don't really are the ones that give the IBC. It's the certifying entity. It's either Adobe, Autodesk, it is your TVMA for your VetMed apps. It is really an accomplishment through several years of rigorous work, and students obtain an IBC. And there's our number, 438. That's a big increase from last year. You will see all the certifications there in the slide, and then we kind of just put some extra information as far as what some of those acronyms mean. We are very proud, of course, of our VITA tax that we started last year. But if you look at some of the other ones, our PCT for patient care technician, our CNA, our TDLR, our cosmetology, worked really hard with those students last year. And I'm happy to report we had 3 students pass their written last week, and we had approximately 3 students pass already their CNA. Currently, we have approximately 120 IBCs that have been passed as of today, but we know that it's going to be a lot to do before the year ends. So we're going to try to bring that number more than 438, of course. Trying to shoot for right around 650 this coming year. So there's the data. A total of 168 students that were seniors obtained an IBC. You'll see the increase. So when you look at 16-17, we had 0. 19-20, we had right approximately around 7. And then you're starting to see that increase. But CCMR is very unique. What does that mean? They're constantly moving the goalposts. Okay? Not in every area, but in IBCs they are. And one of the things that's happening for the 2026 graduates, the rule is students need to go ahead and complete 3 or more courses for 4 or more credits, or students need to be completers. And because of those changes, it was different last year. Last year, there were concentrators, and the year before that, you see right around there, 2025 graduates, only 1 course. Some schools took advantage in 22, 23 because they just needed to certify students. Now the game is different. Now there's a high stakes game in CTE and IBCs. But when you look at our data, we have, once again, a total of 438 for this past year, and we're hoping that we surpass that by several hundred students. The great thing about CCMR, it's not just IBCs. So IBCs don't drive CCMR. There's a total of 11 indicators. But for CTE, we live in that realm of IBCs for them to receive credit as a completer and for them to receive a level 1 and a level 2 certificate. What's happening in CTE? Well, I'm happy to say that we started a new CTSO or TSA. We had students compete this year, and now we're taking 1 student to state. Hopefully, we'll increase those numbers next year, and we have several things happening in BPA, and I'll just showcase some of those things. We work very closely with the EDC. Those are the events that they help us get in contact with our industry partners. Currently, we have the Job Shadow program happening in February. This coming Thursday, we're going to have some students go. Mom is not there, dad is not there, teacher's not there. They show up to CMC Steel, Hexel, they show up to Caterpillar, and they're mentored for that day. So we're really happy that that's happening. This is what happened on our Made in Seguin. We took some pictures. You see those students visiting several of our industry partners. MBLC for the first time was a part of this, and we're happy that now we're bringing them on. We had the Seguin Expo in November. We brought several industry partners, and once again, we work with the EDC. I'll highlight that picture of that young female with that virtual welder. As she was leaving, she kind of said, I want to try that, and she was so scared. And I'm like, why don't you try it? No. And I'm like, put on the glasses. It's really about hands-on learning and changing 1 student at a time. But the next thing I want to highlight is those students in blue. Those were our criminal justice students. They worked that event. They had their radios on. They were welcoming students, and they were like, hey, there's some students in the bathroom. This, can you please check on this? And that was an extra set of eyes, but it gives them those hands-on experiences. Chart Your Course, the high school counselors drove this. We had all our middle school students come, all our 8th graders, and they visited several programs of study, our cosmetology, our ROTC program, our robotics slash STEM, and then we see right there our audio video. So it was great. They really enjoyed that day, and our animal science, but they visited all the programs of study. So we bring them in, and they have 5 to 8 minutes to to promote their program. What's happening in Job Shadow Days? I'll show you last year's data. We had a total of 139 students. One of the things that was happening, we saw a 75% increase in overall student participation. This data comes from the EDC. They share that with us to let us know what is happening. The pictures at the bottom, we did our Job Shadow Days. That picture was taken a week ago, and those were the students that were sent, once again, in a bus on their own, and the bus drops them off to our industry partners. And we had a couple of our female students work a salon, and that was just, once again, great for our students. BPA, these were pictures that were taken at regionals. Those were the students that participated. I love seeing the smiles. We had close to 50 students participate in regionals, and now we're taking approximately a couple of dozen students to state in BPA. HOSA, this is taken at our, not HOSA, FFA. This was taken here locally. They were showing Hog, and one of our students that's an FFA was the princess for the Guadalupe Fair. So we were happy she participated in the rabbits competition and got in place. What is the future for CTE? I want to continue expanding, or when I say it's we want to continue expanding CTE course offerings at the high school and middle school. More opportunities. These are the programs of study that I would like to go ahead and bring, but there's a cost, right? Everything has a cost. So I just can't say, hey, you know what? I want to bring this program. What does it cost, Mr. Jaurieta? But I think with these, it's changing just a couple of things in PEAMS, and we have a teacher that was actually a firefighter, so we've been trying to coordinate that with the high school, and our health and wellness program of study. I think it would be great, especially with that mental wellness. Increase IBCs for all students. One of the big changes is we want to go ahead and move cosmetology over into our PTech, because that will allow $150 additional dollars per student. And then new opportunities for our programs of study. I have HBI in there. Update technology in our CTE computer labs, and once again, work hand in hand with TSTC because of that big building that's coming up in the next couple of years. These are industry partners. You will now see the Rotary Club in there. We're happy to bring them over, and they're offering money for free. So we gave those scholarship applications to the teachers. We're going to have those turned in, and it's several $1,000s, tens of thousands of dollars. So we're happy. And you'll see Walnut Springs. That's a change that we made with our HST, and now we have a full FTE in that program of study. Those students are going and they're working in that facility. And when I say working, it's once again job shadowing, being mentored for a practicum. They're not getting paid. Last but not least, it is CT month. That proclamation was by Mayor Dodgen. We took 3 of the HST teachers. Our business teacher couldn't go, Ms. Stamper, but we brought her certificate, and we recognized her in front of her students, and they were so happy. And right now, I could tell you that we have several dozens of our tax FIDA students that have gotten their IBC, and that is open for business. We had our first student come. He was a high school student with a job, and he did his income taxes on that first day, so we're happy for that. That's my email. You're welcome to have my cell number. I think mostly everybody does. And please follow me at Jaurieta Sergio on X. I know Mr. Bright and Mr. Alejandro follow me, and I try to promote CTE because that's my life, and we're very proud of our programs. We feel our teachers are working hard, and we feel that the program is heading in the right direction.
I just have like a quick question. You had mentioned about the levels, like the 1, 2, and 3 levels for CTE, like only level 1, level 3 can only have 5 students in it, or level 1 can only have 5 students in it. Is that right?
So when you go into the website, you'll open what's called the V4 and the V3 list right there. We can currently use IBCs. Let's see. When you go right in here, industry-based certifications, Mr. Bright, you'll have 2 links into a V3 and a V4. The V4 will say 2530. That's a new list that TA has approved. Once again, in their wisdom, TA, they decided to go ahead and move the goalpost again and say, we're going to go ahead and move the goalposts for IBCs. We're now going to tier IBCs. The state has said any, and if you open it up and you kind of scroll towards your right, you'll see a 1, 2, and a 3, and then some say NA. If you see a 3, the state has said we will only count 5 IBCs or 5% of your student graduates, approximately around 45 IBCs. So I could use the NCCR, and when you look at our NCCR, we had approximately over 80 NCCR last year, but now I'm going to be capped. So I need to go ahead and pivot and say, you know what, I need to find something different to make sure we could count, because if you go through those years, the student could still get NCCR. They could still probably find a job in construction or a related field, but for CCMR, that's where we don't want to get dinged. So we need to look for an alternative IBC in several programs that the state has said these are not rigorous enough. And I could tell you that NCCR, 11 modules.
Tier 3s are easy, tier 1s are hard.
Tier 3s essentially are ones that school districts were getting quite a few IBCs on. A lot of school districts were using them, and the commissioner and TEA basically came out and said these are not aligned to industry needs as much as they should, so they reduced how much they counted for accountability purposes.
And
as Mr. Harrietta said, it's about moving the goalposts sometimes.
Yeah, and TA has just, they call it sunsetting IBCs. You could use another word for it, but they call it sunsetting, and that means that they are no longer allowed. One of them, a lot of districts did Microsoft Office specialist. Big districts, they were getting 4,000 or 5,000 certifications, and their CCMR was through the roof. And TA said, no, let's make this, change that rule. But what's good about CCMR is not just IBCs. There's TSI, AP, dual credit, early college. There's several ways in getting CCMR.
So, I mean, although like the Microsoft one you said was like, it's a tier 1, right? But at the same time, it's still good for our students to get that because they still need that Microsoft experience when they leave school.
So what we're going to do, we're going to continue
world.
doing what's good for students.
Right.
CPR, it doesn't count. It used to 20 years ago, it doesn't count, but every student in health science needs that. You cannot get your mouse professional, which now counts, unless you get that associate or that specialist. So it's hard for me to say, no, we're not going to get the specialist or the associate. They're going to get the professional. Well, they got to go ahead and get that step 1, and then we want to try to achieve that. And hopefully with the technology, we already talked about putting Microsoft Office in those new labs.
And I just wanted to highlight that this is the second year we're doing VITA, right? For the community, this is year 2 for VITA taxes.
Yeah, and we're getting traction on that. And, you know, I could tell you right now, and Ms. Stamper has been great in updating the current IBC list. And we have right around 50 students, maybe 60. They've been working so hard, and that is not easy. They have to prepare 2 income tax using the IRS platform, and these are real, not from people, but once again, they have to go through, do they have children? Are they divorced? Did they remarry? Did they buy a house? And students understand everything involved in doing that correctly. What's great about that, they could work with H&R Block, they could work with any online company, so we feel that's good business for us.
Well, it's great for our community, too, because it offers free tax service for all of our community.
Yes, and then we are meeting with Emily to go ahead and continue promoting that. But we got good traction last year, and we'll continue getting good traction this year. Yes.
I do want to just say thank you to Mr. Harrietta for the work that he does. He is a wealth of knowledge when it comes to career and technical education. He's doing an exceptional job trying to get us moving in the direction and organizing large programs. I mean, the CTE program is extremely large. There's a lot of moving components to it. It's resource heavy. Sometimes that's beneficial. Sometimes that's not, depending on where funding comes from. But he's doing a really, really exceptional job of that. On the VITA piece, where we were doing taxes, that even got picked up by the Texas Rural Education Association. We're a TREA school district. and they picked up that we were offering that to our community, and they highlighted that on their website and part of their regular blog that they send out to other school districts too. So I just wanted to say, thanks to Mr. Harrietta for all that he's doing.
We're doing some great things, and the teachers are doing the work. So the teachers and the students, that's where the recognition lies. And I could tell you that we'll continue improving that, because if you ask me, I'm not satisfied. We need to continue doing this exponentially.
I just wanted to echo Dr. Lee's. Since I've been here, I've noticed that over the last 2-3 years, you've been doing a phenomenal job. You can see the difference. So
I'm losing my hair a little bit, but it's working. We're doing good. Thank you, Mr.
I'm sure there's some cosmetology students that can help you out.
Yep. Hair plugs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right. Next, C1 personnel information. Mr. Newman.
Board, this is just the list of new hires and resignations of professional employees.
Any questions? All right. Thank you. Next, item D 1, 2, 3, and 4 with Liz Banks. So that's demographic study, bond interest revenue, financial statements, and new vendors.
Good evening, President Crettenton, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Lee. Our first item is our demographic study done by Zonda, and if you were here around 2 years ago, Mr. Hudson Huff did it then, and this is an update. It's super informative, so I'm going to let him take it from here.
Good evening, Board President Crettenton, members of the board, Dr. Lee. Very good to be with you this evening. So happy to kind of take you through just a few charts and graphs and maybe a few developments as we talk through it. Again, thank you for the opportunity to allow us to be able to use our team to be able to provide all this information for you this evening. One of the things I'll highlight is just talk a little bit about what's happening with the local economy. That really ties into the job market, labor, what's happening with labor, as well as what that potential impact is whenever it talks to housing, as well as kind of ties into long-term enrollment. So we are seeing a little bit of softening in the overall labor market currently right now. We're seeing a little bit of an uptick related to the unemployment. Again, it's still, we would still consider us just about fully employed, but we are seeing a little bit of softening. The other thing is we also see a few years ago, the amount of jobs being created kind of quarter over quarter was fairly significant. Now you're seeing about 22,900 jobs being created, which again is very positive. It's just a smaller number than what we've seen in the last few years. So that's why we're referencing kind of seeing some indicators that things are just softening a little bit. So again, we just want to continue to track that. When you look at the overall kind of what sectors are softening, we see kind of the professional services, informational services. There's a tremendous amount of positive news that are out there about AI and all the things that are going on with that sector, but then there are also some efficiencies that are being gained with that, and so there's a little bit of adjustment in the labor force related to some of those things. So again, we're kind of just seeing some early indicators of some softness there, but again, there's also some very strong positives that are in the area. We also see kind of retail and some developments that are also taking place in the region. Again, you'll see the Seguin Town Center that's scheduled to be breaking ground this year, working on phase 1, at least within the next several months is out there in the planning phases currently right now. We also see retail that's continuing. Again, this is off of 46 and Water's Edge, so continuing to see some businesses move in, so we know that there'll be some employment opportunities down the road related to that. We're going to talk a little bit about the overarching what's happening with the housing sector. So you'll see a couple of things that I would point out. Kind of middle of the page, there's a reference to about 17,080 homes that have been sold in the overall San Antonio, New Braunfels area, which is a very strong number. But in comparison to what it was last year, it's actually a little bit weaker than what it was. Because again, there was a significant surge in in housing activity over the last several years. So again, still very strong numbers. But what I would say is when you look at that chart up there, you'll also see that the number of starts and closings are pretty much in lockstep. So builders are a little bit anxious right now. They want to make sure that they track their number of closings as to how many they start. So when we kind of get down into what's happening locally, you'll also see that kind of that connection with what's happening with the overall marketplace. Again, as we talk about housing, we'll talk about mortgage rates. Again, we're kind of in the kind of low sixes, high fives now. Again, that's been up significantly from what it was a few years ago. So that's been a little bit of a challenge. We are seeing again that slight uptick in the unemployment. Inflation has started to come down a little bit, so we are starting to see some good indications that those two things may be happening. And as those two things happen, it does allow for future decisions for additional federal for rate cuts to potentially take place. So, and we also know that there's going to be a new Fed chair that's going to be taking over that position and analyzing that. So we could see some additional rate cuts as we get towards the back half of this 2026 year. So still think it's going to be fairly level for a little while, but we could see some rate cuts as we get further down in 26. Now, as we talk about kind of the overall numbers, what I will say is you'll see, again, when you really look at the numbers, a pretty close number of closes to the number of starts. So and when you look at kind of where your numbers were last year compared to this, fairly consistent. So again, overall, continue to be very strong related to the number of closes and starts within the area. We also want to track those numbers as to what they are going to do with each one of those attendance zones and what that potentially would do with enrollment. So again, when you look at kind of your concentration of under construction, that's one of the things that we always want to highlight is where's all the activity taking place. So you can see kind of McQueenie is really where we have a tremendous amount of development. So we're showing about 42 homes that were under construction when we put together the report, followed by Vogel, and then Kinnicky has a few homes under construction. The other thing that we want to evaluate is that those inventory numbers. So we want to kind of track where those inventory numbers are compared to a couple of quarters ago to where they're at right now. And we don't see a significant increase in inventory, which is good because, again, that's just saying that we've got enough buyers to kind of continue to buy as those homes become available. But we see that we've got about 160 of those that are available for sale. And, again, about 754 vacant developed lots that are out there that could be built on. And then there's still quite a few futures that are out there. Yes.
Can you explain what the annual closings is? Is that just a change of ownership?
That would be when it's actually purchased. Yes, there's one that's a home can be finished but not purchased. Whenever we reference the closing numbers, that's based off of that quarter.
So those are new homes.
New homes. That
okay, so if you look at the line of Jefferson, they had 0 starts but 20 closings. Those would have been homes that were
from the previous year.
But nothing new was.
Nothing new available. Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Absolutely. Again, we track the housing activity related to pricing. So again, kind of referencing your costs associated with existing homes as well as new. So you can see actually a little bit of softening in that new home cost compared to what it was in the last couple of years. So we're seeing a little bit of the impact of what we're seeing in the marketplace related to overall pricing. This is just kind of points out kind of a breakdown of the overall district. So again, similar to what we shared a couple of years ago, talking about what's happened with the population. Again, you've seen what's happened in the state, also what's happened in the county, and this also references kind of the overall population numbers within the district as of this year. And then wealth index, your house affordability, and diversity are all kind of referencing related to national averages of about 100. So it kind of provides a little bit of grade. So again, wealth index is a little bit lower. Again, because that wealth index is a little bit lower and some of those housing prices are a little higher, the affordability is just a little bit lower than the national average. But again, your diversity is kind of right there in the middle. And again, the only other thing I kind of point out is when you track the amount of mobility that's taken place, you've got a tremendous amount of mobility. So we do have at least 16 to 17% of your population that's driving at least five plus hours a week. So again, quite a bit of activity that's taken place as far as people moving from or driving from one spot to another. When we look at kind of the overall enrollment, we start getting into some numbers. We've got about 167 students that currently reside outside of the district, and that's about 2% of your overall enrollment in the district. And then you've got about almost 4,800 students, 44,775 students, 66% of your overall student population that live within the city, Seguin city limits. And then we'll go through just some of these 11 active subdivisions. So those are those that we've talked about before where they are in green. Those are the ones that have all the utilities and roads infrastructure in place so that they can deliver homes at any point in time. Yellows are those conceptual that are out there in the future, some that may be platted and could potentially be converted. And then you'll see a few yellows and a couple of greens that have those red outlines around them. And that's just identifying where we know that we have some groundwork. So dirt work's taking place, some utilities, those kind of things are getting ready to put them in a new phase. So we track all of those again, referencing kind of the number of futures that are out there, and based off of the developments, we see about 3 subdivisions right now that we pointed out that are kind of highlighted in that red that are going to be providing an additional 375 lots that will be able to have new homes on it in the next year to 2 years. A few things related to kind of highlighting a couple of the developments that are out there. McQueenie Oaks, this is a few futures that are out there. Vista Lago Estates is kind of an older future that's been referenced in the past. Again, no movement currently right now, but we always want to track those potential numbers to know what potentially still could come down the road. You can see kind of Greens Point Heights, again, referencing about 121 vacant developed lots that are out there. We showed about 14 homes that were under construction at the time of the report. The other thing that I would track is, down there at the bottom, we referenced that student yield. So we're going to track based off of the district's enrollment numbers and what we have geocoded into our map software related to how many homes are there. We have a yield of 0.249. So about 2 to 3 students for every 10 homes that are in that development. But Hidden Brook, you're seeing a little bit different picture. So again, a few homes that are currently being built in that development right now, showing about 297 homes that are occupied. But again, in that development, we've got quite a few more students in that development. So we've got a yield of over 0.6. So showing about six students for every 10 homes in that area. One of the newer developments that's taking place in the northern section of the district is this Walnut Springs. You can see by the satellite view that we had in January that there's quite a bit of dirt work that's taking place currently right now. And at least for now, what we see is that first section of that overall master plan is going to be in district. So it's kind of split there. But again, could be about 175 lots that are underway currently right now. And then we've got, again, kind of in the McQueenie zone, again, Ridgeview Estates, kind of referencing about 25 homes that we showed under construction, so fairly active currently right now. And again, kind of price points at that 185 to 272 range. So again, when we look at prices across the area, in the metro area, those are good price points. So very attractive to many families. At that point, and then again, kind of seeing that yield at that 0.329. And then we've got a few more that again are real close to Vogel Elementary here. We've got Guadalupe Heights, again, about 20 homes under construction. And again, one of the things I always point out is that emphasizing that inventory. So they do have about 32 of those inventory homes that are available for sale that are currently there. So and again, that reference of price point at that 186 to 325 at that 0.322 yield. And then Arroyo Ranch was definitely a development a couple of years ago that we talked about that was fairly active. You can see that you do have about 693 occupying homes in that. A few homes that are currently under construction, but again, they do have about 28 homes that are currently in inventory and are available for sale in that development. And then we see a yield right now in that development at that 0.413. And again, Seguin Ranch, just a future that we'll continue to track out there in the Vogel zone. It has about 418 total futures that are there. Again, we'll just continue to identify those as potential future developments. And then Nolte Farms, a few homes that are currently under construction. They've got about 5 homes that are occupied currently right now. Again, this is a combination of several builders that are building in that area. And then a few of those futures that are out there in the Kaniki zone is Park Terrace as well as McQueenie Point. So really between both of those, you've got about 700 futures between those two developments. And then Stream Waters, again, kind of in that same Kaniki zone. You've got 164 total lots, several futures that are still available, 75 vacant developed lots, and a few of those homes that are under construction with that 13 inventory list of about 13 homes that are under inventory. So that's single family. So a lot of, I always say that's kind of challenge because you go through a lot of VDLs and a lot of futures as we talk through those numbers. We'll highlight kind of just multifamily within the overall region. So we want to kind of track what's happening with the multifamily picture as well. So we'll track occupancy rates, and we do see the occupancy rates are fairly strong currently right now. What I would say is we also want to track bedroom mix. So as we have new developments that may move into the area, we want to have an idea of how many 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units are potentially going to be in those new developments. The more 2 and 3 bedrooms there are, the higher the potential yield is because they're going to be more family friendly related to that. So again, we track that. We'll track the age of those developments, as sometimes those are older. Sometimes older is more affordable, so it's has a little bit higher yield. So again, we'll reference kind of where we're at with price points related to effective rent rates as well. Again, as we kind of identify what we see happening within the district, we show that we've got about 2,757 units of multifamily across the district, and we have about 937 students that reside in that. So we've got a yield of 0.339. And again, there's a breakdown there as we reference that age of each of those developments, some that are significantly older and some of those that are newer. So what I would say is, again, as we identify that, affordability factors in as well as bedroom mix does factor into those higher yield numbers. We see about 400 multifamily units that are currently under construction across the district, and we'll highlight a few of those. And then one of the newer things that we've seen over the last couple of years is the single family for rent. So we've seen these developments that have been built where you've got single family, but they're truly built in order to be rentals. So we see some of those that are in the district, and we do have about 425 future multifamily units that are in some version of a planning stage of things. What I would say is currently right now here you've got the Jefferson Place campus. Again, that's kind of in Jefferson zone. Again, 88 duplex units that are currently under construction. And again, estimating that they'll be ready in that kind of 27, 28 time frame. And then we've got Cedar Bluff, where we have about 237 age-restricted units. I emphasize age-restricted, so we don't necessarily anticipate any students coming from that. But I always want to reference that because at least the district is aware when someone calls in and says, "Hey, do you know you have one of these apartments that is opening up?" You could say, "Yes, we're aware," but we don't anticipate. I hate to say any children. We could have a few, but not anticipating. In the cottages at Nolte, again, is 82 single-family rental homes. Again, this is that single-family for rent. Again, foundations started kind of in that November time frame and anticipate many of those homes being in the spring. One of the things that we haven't seen a tremendous amount of students coming from those developments currently right now because the price points on some of those rental homes are fairly high. So we continue to track that because this is a fairly new, a new product that's out there on the market. So right now we're seeing kind of a yield that's closer to something that would be closer to our multifamily rather than our single family yields, at least with some of the early numbers that we're seeing in these areas. And then Creekside Gardens has a few futures out there. Again, that 400 total futures that are a part of this, over about 62 acres. So again, they do anticipate this is something that could take place in the next couple of years. So then we'll talk a little bit about, that's tied into the development picture. Now we'll talk a little bit about student enrollment numbers. So one of the things that we asked for is we got enrollment data from last year, and we tracked enrollment data this year and evaluate both of those. We put together a study that analyzes newcomers and leavers. So we evaluate student ID numbers. So if they're new student ID numbers, and we anticipate that it's not going to, we take out the kindergarten students, we take out the 12th graders because those are natural leavers and natural newcomers. So we focus primarily on our 1st through 11th grade groups. So we evaluate the new student IDs from one year to the next, and if we have an old student ID that doesn't carry over, that's identified as a leaver. So you can see we track, this helps us track the mobility, and so you can see that we did have about 179 more leavers this year than we had newcomers. And so that, again, we're going to share a few other pieces of information, but again, when we're tracking those, it's important to know how many students did we have last year that didn't carry over this year in those specific grade groups. The other thing that we're going to track is transfers. So we're looking at student transfers. So you'll see kind of in the last few years, when we were in that 2019 through 2022 timeframe, you were kind of in that mid 400s range related to an average of how many transferred out of district. When I say transferred out of district, I want to make sure that I emphasize that that doesn't mean that they were in Seguin ISD. They weren't necessarily enrolled in Seguin ISD. They could be just living in Seguin ISD and attending one of the other school systems, neighboring school systems or charters in the area. So always important to reference that. There could be some transfer outs that are that, but that's just the terminology that they use. So what I would say is you can see from your neighboring districts, those students that transfer in and what districts they transfer in from. They're in green. And then the one thing that I would say is you'll see kind of in that purple, kind of where are your neighboring districts related to students that reside in your district that attend other school systems, neighboring school systems, and you'll see what those numbers look like. And the other one that we're really tracking over the last couple of years is really your virtual programs. So you've got a few virtual programs that are in the state of Texas over the last several years, and you can see what those numbers look like. So in school systems like Hallsville, Roscoe, and Fort Stockton, you can see that you have students that reside in your district that are attending those virtual programs in those other districts, and kind of what those numbers look like. So again, kind of seeing a few of those things and knowing what our transfer out numbers have grown over the last 2 years, you can kind of see that difference that we've seen over the last 2 years. And again, the only other thing that I would point out is you look at that, you can see what the virtual numbers are, kind of at that 5.2% of your overall enrollment back in 2019-20. And again, like many districts across the state, we've seen that growth in those virtual programs now to about 16%, to almost 17% of your overall transfer out numbers are tied into those programs. The other piece that we are going to evaluate is always evaluating birth rates related to kindergarten numbers. So we're tracking that information to try to make sure we don't just track just 1 or 2 years. We'll kind of go back several years to try to identify what that birth rate is compared to your kindergarten numbers to identify kind of a ratio. We want to try to keep that ratio as consistent as possible. What I will say is we have seen those numbers up over the last few years, kind of getting us to a average of close to 0.764 is kind of where we've been at that ratio. What I would say that we do want to make sure we account for this year is we do see going into the 26-27 year that we did have our birth numbers associated with this chart reference that it does go down a little bit this next year, and then it comes back up. So we want to make sure we take that into consideration when we put projections for next year. And again, we'll just track kind of what those numbers have looked like over the last few years related to where your larger grade groups are, and evaluate down below that reference of cohort growth or a little bit of cohort decline. So if it's above a 1, it just references that grade group increased from the previous year. And if it's a little bit below that, it went down a little bit compared to what it was last year. So what I would say is we are being fairly conservative related to what we anticipate next year. Part of what I wanted to highlight was those kindergarten numbers and anticipating those kindergarten numbers because of that associated birth rate being down with the associated year that we're accounting for that. So that drop does potentially impact the overall enrollment numbers for next year. So we would anticipate being flat to a little bit down next year. But again, if you look at that birth rate, that should come back up that following year. So we should see some increases. And again, we still anticipate a significant amount of housing activity that's taking place. So again, I do think that we could still continue to see growth as we keep moving forward over the next several years. That could be in that 2 to 3% range, a little bit more conservative than where we were in the last couple of years based off of kind of what we're seeing in the marketplace currently right now. So being a little bit more conservative about what we think potentially could happen with growth. But again, kind of referencing where we think numbers could be up to kind of that 7,800 number by the time we get about 5 years out, and then potentially could get to that 8,900, 9,000 range by the time we get 10 years out. Definitely have a ways to go before we get there. And again, this just kind of references when we take those numbers into account, referencing those in those individual grade groups and how that applies within those regions where those developments are. You can see kind of the impact related to Vogel. McQueenie's new campus opening really provides a lot of capacity there for that region with all the development that's coming. So you can see there definitely will grow into that campus over the next several years. And again, as we typically model this out, anticipating a lot of younger families moving into some of those newer developments, and then some of that will catch up in those out years when we get to the secondary campuses at the middle and high schools. So the only other thing that we reference here before we get to the final summary is we do kind of reference a range. We are in a day and age where you have to kind of evaluate where those numbers are potentially going to look like. So ultimately what we've provided is kind of the projections that we have, not only by the grades as well as the campuses reference that mid-range projection. But we also talk to districts about, as we go into the next year or two, we know kind of the landscape we're working through over the next year or two related to choice. That it's important to be cautiously conservative. So over the next year or two, we reference that low projection, but we also want to reference that high projection as we anticipate that as future growth and development takes place, that related to seat count and those kind of things, and those out years, when you think about 5 to 10 years down the road, you want to make sure you have those accounted for at least in your plans. So again, just kind of referencing where we've been, the district really has had some growth up until the last year and a half to 2 years. And again, I think we have seen that shift in the transfers has impacted that what we anticipated related to the enrollment picture. But again, we still show we've got some housing under construction with about 70 homes under construction. And we do have quite a few lots that are out there available to build on with those 5,200 futures that are out there. So again, kind of reference where we anticipate things being as we go into the next year or two. But with that said, happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
I have a question. Probably you're not the appropriate person to answer to, but for Ms. Banks and Dr. Lee, with this information now, what do we do with this information now? How does this information get used in decision making in the future?
I think it definitely has some impact on what we talk about when we talk about future facility needs and the movement. Probably one of the most impactful slides that was included was the campus level enrollment history and projections and what our campuses are looking at If you go back and look at that slide, it was page 35 of the presentation. It talks, like, you can see a lot about what's anticipated for Ball, for Kinnicky, for Vogel, especially with those areas. And so it brings to question, like for senior leadership, especially to start looking at programs, like programmatic changes, possibly to hit some of our campuses that are growing faster, perhaps shifting programs around. It could mean looking at future facility needs depending on where it's at. It'll definitely help inform us on staffing projections, especially as we look at kindergarten. Kindergarten is always it's the luck of the draw sometimes. You think you have an idea of what your kindergarten numbers are going to look like, and then you really don't until enrollment comes around. And so just making sure that we're not overstaffing, especially in a time where Ms. Banks and I especially are trying to be cognizant of finances and what that means. A decrease in enrollment obviously means a decrease in funding for us as a district. And so this is good data for us that we're going to use to really help inform a lot of decisions. But from the looks of it right now, I think I don't want to get the cart before the horse by any stretch, but it looks like we need to focus more on some possible campus programming and changes there rather than new facilities at the exact moment.
Thank you.
By campus programming, what is that? What are you talking about? Are you talking about like redrawing lines?
Possibly, but I think we're really looking more, we haven't dug into it detail, so I don't want to be on the record as like saying this is what we're going to do when we've not made that decision yet. But just looking at like our dual language program, and right now, like what campuses are serving dual language, would it be more beneficial to look at a campus and moving that to a different campus that has space like McQueenie? We've talked very briefly. Mr. Ariola and I have had a very, very brief conversation about possibly moving towards like a magnet type school, so having a dual language academy versus a dual language program that's embedded in elementary campuses. But we've got to look at all of those things. Like I just don't feel comfortable answering and saying for certain this is what we do. I think that this is just the data needed to start some of those initial conversations. I got to put the people that are smarter than me in the room with me. Is what that comes down to.
Yeah, and some of this data could be used for potential real estate, 5 years from now. We can make some sort of predictions. Buy the property, but not actually build on it yet until later.
I also just want to clarify, when I talk about like future facilities, that doesn't mean that we don't talk about future facilities now or future bonds now in preparation for several years down the road. But like those have to be very intentional with what we're doing right now, especially in a time where our demographic study is showing that we're going to see a decrease in enrollment for the next year or so before we start seeing an uptick in that. And so we just need to be very cautious about the way that we look at that. That doesn't mean that we don't do potential facility projects that are additions to campuses versus brand new campuses, I guess is maybe the way that I should say that. Also why I didn't want to be on the record for something official.
Any other questions? Yeah, it was very interesting to go through this and see all the things. So many things that were farms very recently are neighborhoods now. So always interesting. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It also helps us to remember to be even more conservative as we're looking at what our funding is going to look like next year. So you typically look at keeping it flat or an increase, but we might take that down a notch. So. Okay, next we have the instructional break facilities improvement. I'm using the term instructional break because we have a spring break, a summer break, and a fall break. This isn't all going to get done over summer break. Over the past couple of years, I've picked Bo's brain, Florin's brain, Robin's brain, Troy's brain on just projects, and we have a kind of a Google sheet going of things, some big, some small. We do have bond interest revenue that we would like to start spending prior to when we start getting arbitrage, which is basically where we earn more interest than we're paying those people who bought those bonds, and we have to pay that money back. So we want to spend some of that money. These were kind of our high flyers, also things that we felt like we could work in to the next few instructional breaks or kind of time them around those. So this is just to let y'all know. I didn't want y'all to see bids being advertised and go, what? We're doing what? So we do have other programs. This is just part of the list.
The possibly redoing the front entrance to like Vogel so that there's more lanes going in and out. Would that be on this list at all?
It's not on this list, but there is a big list that the campus principals are adding their items to with priorities, pictures, reasons why. So that if that's something that is important to, I hadn't heard that one, so we don't have that on our big list, but that might be something that she would put on there. So, and we'll use, because I told them, y'all are the ones boots on the ground. You're going to know of stuff that we don't necessarily know about. But these are all things that came from them too. But that one's not on there yet.
Vogel entrance redesign.
Just for the record, there is one for reconfiguring pot lawn because that principal has put those things in the document.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how few items are on that list. So, yeah.
For the bleachers, I just had a question because I never get to sit in the bleachers because I'm always working the concession stand. But are those just replacing, making them larger?
Some replacement. They both campuses need more space. Barnes definitely needs more space, even though theirs are newer. AJBs are older, but they also need more space. Specifically, dance teams is what we've been told. There's missing parts. We don't have handicap seating in all of the bleachers. We want to add that. This would be a very easy turnkey operation, so we could get done quickly.
So how are they going to rank these? I guess is the committee going to get together and rank them?
So we're going to get bids for all of these, and then we will bring it back to our superintendent leadership team and go through them. And these are very just like pick a number between Flora and Troy and Liz, and we have no idea. Until we get bids, we don't know what the exact price will be.
Oh, okay. No, I just think replace gas lines on roofs would be up there.
Yeah, for sure. Yes.
Not to make this punny by any stretch, but we're trying to get the biggest bang for our buck here.
Yes, sir.
And so we're looking at very specific things that might be able to benefit as many students, as many facilities as possible. So like this is not necessarily an exhaustive list. It's just kind of a starting point for us to really look at that. And then obviously if we move forward with anything that comes to you guys for approval based on bidding, based on whether they're
Board
on
policy.
procurement, the different vendors, all of those things.
And we do plan on getting all of these done, Mr. Guerra. We're hopeful to get all of them done. Yes, sir.
Fingers crossed that our estimates are at the high level and not the low level.
Yes, sir.
So Liz, this is the first time I've heard the interest revenue
Yes, sir.
stuff. So can you explain that a little more?
So you probably
too?
heard it with AJB because AJB took so long. We held on to that money for so long, and we did end up having to pay arbitrage back. But when you're paying that back, you received that money in interest already. So we've received a lot of interest on all these bonds for this bond 2022.
And these are bonds that have been sold.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, and you have to turn around and spend that money quickly. And historically here, which everywhere, you want to wait until the project's complete because if it's $10 million over, you want to use that interest revenue to pay for it. But we're at a spot now where everything's getting complete. We're not going to have anything that slaps us in the face we didn't know about. So we would like to start spending this money because it takes a while to get the bids, to get the contractors, to get it done. And this is just part of the interest revenue money that we have.
And when you say very quickly, do you know what that
Very
time
quickly.
frame
What did I
is?
say very quickly to remind me?
How fast we have to spend the interest
Oh,
revenue
so it's
before we have
sorry,
to
I
pay
already
it back?
forgot. So 5 years. But it looks, we run those reports 2 or 3 times a year, and it looks at the interest that you're receiving and then the interest tied to those bonds for those people that purchase those bonds, the investors.
Yeah,
Great, thank you.
The short of the way that arbitrage works is if we make more money off of it sitting in our accounts than the investors would have made on selling it to us at their rates, they essentially are entitled to get some of that money back because they could have made more money if they kept their money and invested it themselves. And so like that's the very low level explanation of what it is. The longer we hold on to the money, the more arbitrage we pay back because the more interest we make off of it. Because even interest we've already earned, we earn interest on that, and it just keeps spiraling. And so the longer we hold on to it, the more we have to pay back versus being able to use.
Yes, sir. Anything else? The next item is financial statements, and I don't know if Mr. Harriet is still here. I always give him a shout out, but I think my very first board meeting here, April 2024, we talked about increasing our revenue, our CTE revenue, and we have increased our CTE revenue the past 2 years. About $850,000 more revenue is being generated compared to what those kids would be generating if they weren't in CTE. So we talked about that being a way to help with our budget deficit, and he has been instrumental in that. He's extremely knowledgeable. So
He is still here. He's in the back.
Okay.
He's talking. So he's
Good
not
job,
really paying-
Sergio.
He's not really paying attention to getting a shout out.
Sally Joe. I'm supposed to call him Sally Joe. So, okay. So on our financials, I'm just going to start at the top and just point out a couple things. I'm going to just be totally transparent with y'all. I do have significant concerns about our revenue this year for not, maybe you can call it unintended consequences from the legislature, but I'll bring that back to y'all during the budget process. I don't like to knee jerk to like really bad news or even really good news from the legislator. So we're in conversations with lots of different people, school districts, finance people for public schools, and we'll get that all explained to y'all, but I do have concerns over those numbers. So we're not gonna do a budget amendment now or next month or probably even the next month. We're gonna wait until we have more definitive answers. As far as expenses go, payroll, if you look at the payroll, you'll see that's like 13% more this year actual than last year. Just keep in mind that we gave a raise. We gave a stipend in November. Y'all increase the amount contributed towards benefits, and then we have the teacher retention allotment. So all those things play into the 13%, so it makes sense. There wasn't really anything else in here that I haven't explained before, unless y'all have questions on the general operating fund. One thing I did want to point out is we all know that we have a budget deficit, and if you haven't noticed on social media, thank you to Tanisha and Emily for helping me put together some posts about school finance and our funding. Just want to encourage people to share that out in case y'all were to order a Vader around August. We'll have maybe set some groundwork on educating the public, but you'll see those every 3 to 4 weeks. So feel free to share them. Child nutrition and debt service, there's nothing really on here to point out unless y'all have questions.
Any questions? All right, I guess we get to go to new vendors.
But new vendors. So these are new vendors, and they're new. We may have used them before, or maybe not, but we can.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now we move on to 9 consent agenda items. Policy BE local states that the consent agenda shall include items of a routine and or recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon by one vote without separate discussion unless a board member requests that an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under a single motion and vote as applicable. A, approval of board minutes of regular meeting January 20th, 2026. Special meeting January 22nd, 2026. Team of 8 training February 3rd, 2026. And special meeting February 11th, 2026. B, approval of tax collection reports for January 2026. C, approval of proposed budget amendments for February 2026. D, approval of donations received January 2026. E, adoption of resolution regarding wage payments during emergency school closing. F, adopt the revised board operating procedures. G, approval of local district update. A, E, and H, acknowledge Public Information Act requests December 2025 through February 2026. Are there any items that any members would like to pull?
Move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Bright and a second from Ms. Duncan. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. All right, moving on to action items. 10A, approval to purchase district library books. Jackie Silvius.
First, I have to say that Roscoe High School was mentioned in the demographic thing, and that's where I went to high school. And that is a town of 1,400 people. So, okay, sorry, I had to get that out. I was like, Roscoe, I know that place. Okay, so good evening, President Crittenden, Dr. Lee, and school board trustees. In compliance with SB 13, our February book list was uploaded to the district website on January 23rd, 2026, to allow the public and school board to review the books our certified school librarians would like to purchase. We received one inquiry about a book at the elementary level, The New Girl by, Cassandra Callan. However, after reading the book and discussing it with the concerned community member, they did not move forward with asking it to be removed, so it's still on the list. And for full transparency, one book was removed, Butt or Face, Volume 1. And this title is already in several elementary catalogs and was grandfathered in before the September 1st deadline of SB 13's implementation. And just for reference, volume 3 of that same series was what we put through in October. So I respectfully request that the school board vote to approve all titles on our book list. And just for reference also, librarians will submit their last book orders this week, but we will continue to put books forward for approval in order to ensure that we have a large selection of books to order as soon as we return for the new school year.
All right, any questions?
I move that we approve the purchase of these district library books as listed.
Second.
All right, I have a motion for Mrs. Miller and a second for Mr. Guetta. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say,
No.
pretty sure
I'm
we
just
hear from you
waiting.
again. All right, 10B, discuss and take action on recommendations of the Library Material Challenge Committee.
Yes. So over the past several months, Seguin ISD has received many book challenges. And at the beginning of February, our Library Material Challenge Committees began meeting in compliance with our EFB local policy. After answering a series of questions drawn from the Texas Education Code 33.021, these committees determined whether the book would remain in the library catalog, be removed from the library catalog, or be relocated to a different level. And tonight I would like to present the reports and determinations on the following books for your consideration and approval. So the committees chose to remove Bag of Bones by Stephen King from the Seguin High School Library. The committees chose to retain Tilt by Ellen Hopkins in the Seguin High School Library. And the committee chose to retain Push by Sapphire in the Seguin High School Library.
Anyone have any questions on those?
Madam President, I move to amend the recommended list from the committee to remove the challenge material Push from the library collection.
Okay. We have a motion from Mr. Bright and a second from Ms. Miller. Discussion?
Yeah, I will. I move to amend the recommended list from the committee to remove the challenge material push from the library collection.
Oh, okay. So we're withdrawing, Ms. Miller's withdrawing her second to that motion.
So just to clarify, remove bag of bones and push and leave tilt.
Yes.
Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
All right. I have a motion from Mr. Bright and a second from Mr. Dwyer. Is there discussion?
I recognize that this book addresses serious issues. However, this concern is not simply that abuse is discussed, but that the depictions are intensely graphic. The review committee noted the presence of offensive language and found the material to be pervasively vulgar, along with mixed review regarding portrayals of sexual organs and activities in a way that is patently offensive. I do not believe 14 and 15-year-old students are developmentally equipped to process that level of trauma without structured classroom support. For that reason, I just supported its removal from our library system. Additionally, I asked Jim and I some questions about this book as I was doing some research, and Jim and I would not be able to read excerpts from this book. So if Jim and I can't read excerpts from this book, I'm not sure it belongs in our high school library.
Can you talk about the like how these committees came to their recommendations or answered their questions?
So Dr. Lee and I had still continue to have many conversations with our lawyers. And one of the lawyers came up with the suggestion of the questions that you see in the report. And Ms. Lyons was amazing and helped me kind of put together the agenda with the questions. And so we go through as a committee for these two books. For Push and Tilt, I was the chair of the committee. I did not read that book, but there was a librarian on the committee along with a parent and two or three other committee members, I believe. So I lead them through those questions and ask for conversation and discussion with each question, and the committee members talk about the book. Every member on the committee, except for myself, because I'm not officially on the committee, I was the chair, read the book and brought forth any concerns or can't think of the other word, or reasons to keep the book. So it's just a conversation amongst the committee members. And then after a discussion, we take a vote. And if there's not consensus, then we'll keep talking, but then we'll take another vote. And if the majority of the people agree one way or another, then that's kind of where the committee goes.
Can you put the on the screen so we can
Yes. Oh. Second. Yep. So there were 4 committee members in total. So that's what that 4 is on the report. And there is a recording of the meeting on our district website as well.
So when you're looking at something like indecent
Mhm.
content, I'm going to pull that one up. There you go. So if it says yes, then one person voted yes and 3 people voted no. Is that
Correct.
the okay?
Yes. Yep. And something I've considered doing as well, after the last meeting that we had one today, so not that one, but the push and the tilt, that was the same committee, and I had them read 2 books. So I know from that committee that from now on, it's 1 book per committee, and we're not going to try to get 2 books in because you're just kind of done. Like, we had great conversation with push, and we got to tilt, and they had kind of already asked all their questions. And I'd also like to figure out a way for an anonymous vote, so nobody feels like, okay, well, the rest of the committee is doing this, so I have to do this too. So that's something that I'm looking into also. You know, I don't want to do paper because we'll be there, you know, 10 times longer counting votes. So just some kind of electronic way for them to put their vote in so they feel like not everybody's looking at them. So we're working on that too.
So the way that they came to this pervasively vulgar, it says if is content that is offensive in language present and referenced through the materials. So 4 people voted yes. And so that makes it automatic, the next one, because it's 1 or more. Am I reading that right? If the committee chose yes for 1 or both of the questions above.
Let me get to that on the screen because
Okay.
I don't see what you're looking at,
sorry.
and then I can help you. Okay. Will you ask your question again, please?
Sure. So there are 2 questions there about the vulgarity or lewdness. And so then it says, if the committee chose yes for 1 or both questions, the material is pervasively vulgar. So they said yes to 1, they said no to the other, but because of that caveat there, then it automatically is a yes for the second one. Okay.
Yes. And I remember with this conversation, they talked about what is vulgar to one person is the life experience of the person, of another person, because the story is of her life experience. So there were conversations like, okay, yes, but it is someone's life experience. So just thinking back to what was said in that meeting. So it is not black and white because there are so many definitions to pull out and so many, it's not clear always how the policy is written and what the questions are. So we spent almost 2 hours today just really delving into questions and the book. So it's not taken lightly, but I do appreciate your questions, and I'm always happy to hear reconsiderations because, you know, this is takes a village to figure out what we need and what we don't. So thank you for asking more on it and so forth.
It's also a new process for our team, for our librarians especially. And so I just want to say they're doing a fantastic job. They need to just keep doing a fantastic job.
Yes, I'm getting thicker skin.
Anyone else have discussion or questions regarding this amendment? Okay, so we are voting on amending this to remove push from the list of. Okay. So for this amendment, all in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. That was 5-2. Okay, so now we vote on the amended. Or did that? Yes. Okay. So I will take a motion as amended.
Just to clarify, I don't think that you have to do an amendment. I think that the motion was to, correct me if I'm wrong, Nancy, but I think Mr. Bright used the term amended, but what he was essentially saying, correct, I want to make sure that I've got that right, is that you would, as a board, you were making a decision to remove bag of bones, remove push, keep tilt.
So not amend. We're not amending.
He said amend, but I don't think he actually meant amend. Like, I think he was saying amending. Yeah.
Well, because the recommendation.
It wasn't necessarily an amendment.
Well, the recommendation is to keep push. And
It's with the library
keep
committee.
tilt, and that was that's what the agenda.
A motion was to amend. I heard amend, so that's what I.
It was the term amend that triggered that, is what it was. But I think as long as you guys as a board agree with that.
The motion in the agenda reads: the Board of Trustees approves the purchase. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong agenda item. The agenda item reads: the Board of Trustees approves. Why it says the same thing? Why am I going to that?
When I hear the word amend, I take it as you vote on the amendment and then you vote on the item as amended. But if it wasn't meant to be an amendment, then
Right. Well, because the recommendation was the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Library Material Challenge Committee regarding challenged library materials. I wasn't agreeing with that. So I was amending that by saying that to remove 2 of the books, not just one of the books.
I'm just trying to be thorough.
Okay.
So.
That's
If y'all don't
that's why
mind.
I sat down and wrote this out and tried to figure it out the
If
best
you
that I
don't,
could.
if you don't mind,
Yeah, no,
just
no,
for me,
yeah.
voting
Let's vote
again, it's
Yep.
it's likely to be the same, but I just feel better with the language.
So I'll make the
amend.
motion to, I move to approve the amended recommended list from the Library Material Challenge Committee regarding challenge books and challenged library materials.
Do I have a
Do
second?
you want me to read that again?
No,
Want me to
you're
do it
good.
one more time?
I think you're good.
All right.
All right. I have a motion for Mr. Bright and a second from Mr. Dwyer. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
I do want to say thank you to you and your committees. I know you guys are going through a lot. You and I have talked a few times about this whole process.
Oh, yeah.
I know you guys are putting in some serious time and effort into this, and it is a very challenging endeavor that you are doing. And I just want to say that I appreciate you and everyone on the committee's time.
I agree
If you will
100%,
tell
and
them
I
that.
understand completely. And again, I always welcome feedback and second opinions. So, I mean, you guys are wonderful, and we feel your support all the time. And Dr. Lee, I thank you so much, and our lawyers and everybody. So yes, still feel the love.
Well, and I feel like this is just me personally, when we ask committees to do things and to do all that work and do all those things, then I try to, give a lot of credence to the people that put in that time and their efforts. So thank you.
So, board,
Appreciate
just so that you are aware, thank you, Ms. Sylvia.
Yes,
So I just want to say
thank
thank
you.
you for
Thank
the
you.
work that you do. So this is the typical action that will happen for any challenge that we received. After the board has made its decision here, the individuals, whether it's approved or denied or retained or removed, I guess is the way, anyone can then challenge that decision that you made as a board, and it comes back to you. On both ways. So just FYI.
So it goes on forever.
So we are working to try to streamline this as much as possible but to be diligent in what we're doing. We've said it time and time again. It's not necessarily a matter of what we personally believe or agree, but it is a matter of making sure that we follow the policy and the process that's in place in the law that's there. That's our job to do that, and so that's what we're going to do every step of the way. And so I just wanted to make sure y'all knew what kind of happens next, depending on individuals and what they choose to do. But just a lot of thanks to Ms. Sylvius, her other librarians, our community members that are stepping up to take part in some of these committees. It is a lot of time and effort.
If I can make a request, if it would be possible for the board to have access to any materials that are challenged so that we could review them. I do not take lightly a committee saying this book should stay and overturning that. And so being able to have additional research time to be able to actually look at the book and the contents of the book and what's inside of the book.
So, just for clarification, are you asking that we purchase books for the board on what's
We would
challenged?
already have them, correct? They're already in our libraries.
Not necessarily
Not
7
necessarily.
copies.
Right, we have one.
Well, just one here. I mean,
Sure.
Because I was, if we could get enough time, I can order it from Amazon. I can look at it, but then realize the copy might actually exist in our libraries. If there was,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, we can get you. We can get you all of those
Yes,
things.
if we can have 2 weeks in advance to the board meeting, enough time so that we could look at those books. And
I'm not sure that you will always get 2 weeks time in advance. Like, I want to be clear, because also on an appeal, it is automatically whatever the next board meeting is. So if that board meeting is 10 days away, and we typically post that agenda on a Wednesday, if we receive the challenge on a Wednesday, it has to be put on the agenda for that following meeting. So you're not always going to get a full lengthy period of time. Like, I just want to be transparent on the way that that process is based off of what our attorneys are saying. But I mean, we can try to get you copies of anything. The challenge list is not a problem. We can share that fairly easily. In fact, I think you already have some of those things because they were shared when they were initially challenged as part of the process. But we can definitely get that to you. I just want to be clear on the timelines. Like, we're limited on what sometimes we have the ability to do.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, any new books that are bought, they're looked at in a different light than books that are already existing in our library.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Now, item 10C, consider approval of board resolution to establish a Seguin Independent School District Police Department. Dr. Carrillo.
Good evening, Board President Crendon, Dr. Lee, and trustees. Thank you all for having me this evening. So in front of you and before you, you have a proposal for a consideration to start a Seguin ISD Police Department. I'd like to give you as much information as I can give you at this point, and want to kind of preface all the information that you're about to see in these slides with I think this very important disclaimer for everybody on the board and anyone who's listening to the presentation. This is only the very, very, very first step that we're going to take. Okay, what we're basically essentially proposing to the board is for y'all to consider implementing a Seguin ISD Police Department. In order to do that, we have to take some essential steps, and one of those big steps is to apply for certification with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. Okay, and in order to do that, this is the very first step that we take. We bring this to the board, and you all consider this as a project that's worthwhile for the school district. So in order for y'all to make an intelligent and well-informed decision, I have a presentation that will hopefully give you an insight on what we're planning for the department, how we plan to stand it up, and what we project to see in an ISD department. Okay. Okay. So just kind of an overview and an understanding of what security entails in Seguin ISD and what the security department kind of works with on a daily basis. So we're currently servicing around 7,100 students across 13 campuses. And the project that I am proposing or putting in front of you guys will call for an ISD outfitted or staffed with 16 personnel. Okay, so we're looking to outfit the department with 13 officers, a chief of police, a detective for the ISD police department, and an administrative assistant for the office. Total of 16 personnel for the department. The annual budget for the projected ISD police department would be right at $1.58 million for an annual budget in year one. I'll get into a little bit of the details of what our budget looks like currently for us here in subsequent slides. Okay, so our current security model, like how we function here currently in Seguin ISD. So our current annual cost right now is right at $1.1 million. That basically comes from the model that's listed there. So we've got security officers. 70% of our security comes from Seguin PD as contracted SROs. 30% comes from private security services across the district, right? We currently have limitations. So we currently have no investigative capacity across the district, and we have no traffic enforcement capability with our current model, right? In addition to the in addition to this, we have several challenges across the district. You know, I've been in the seat, or I've been in the role for about a year now, and these are kind of the things that rise to the top in terms of key challenges for the department. Inconsistent coverage is really big across the district. So we have a lot of times we have unavailable SROs or security officers, Seguin PD officers, because of training that they do within the department. And we also might have municipal emergencies that draws them away from our campuses. So inconsistent coverage is definitely a big one. I'll read across. So limited control. We can't necessarily select, train, or retain our own officers. They're not necessarily trained in school-based, in our school-based specific needs that we need in Seguin ISD. Escalating costs. So you all are well aware of this. Every year we do go back to a agreement with both Seguin PD and our private security partners, and every year that agreement is negotiated, right? So there are potential of escalating costs. We have done our research with surrounding areas and what school districts are paying hourly wages for their security officers, and that is slowly but surely ticking upward in surrounding areas. Okay. Response delays. We're definitely dependent on external priorities, things that pull Seguin PD officers away, incidents or emergencies across the city that leaves gaps in emergency response for our school specific issues. Okay. These are four of many, but these are the big buckets that kind of float to the top in terms of key challenges for us on a daily. Okay, wanted to give you some context and wanted to give you kind of a feeling or a lay of the land in terms of security across the district, right? And one of the key indicators or the data points that we can kind of leverage or kind of pull on are our P3 data. For those of you who aren't aware, P3 is our anonymous reporting tool that we have across the district. You can go on there and anonymously report online a variety of things, right? So wanted to give you kind of a sense. In the past 3 years, we pulled data from 2023 to current. We've had 741 P3 tip line reports come across into Seguin ISD, and the breakdown of the 741 look as so, right? So mostly from Seguin High School, 512 incidents reported, 207 at our middle schools, and 22 at our elementary schools. So what type of incidents are they? Wide-ranging, everything from threats and bullying investigations, student staff assaults, drug offenses and substance abuse, weapons possessions, mental health crisis responses, trespassing and unauthorized access, traffic incidents and parking violations, social media threats, and cyberbullying. It's constant, it's 24/7, and it's wide-ranging across the district, and we field a substantial amount of those. So moving forward, what we're proposing for our Seguin ISD Police Department is an organizational structure that looks very much like this. It would consist of a chief of police who would supervise 13 campus officers. The plan that we have in place is to have 2 officers at Seguin High School and 1 at each of the respective 11 sites, right? The chief of PD would be over the investigator/detective who would do criminal investigations and would be kind of our liaison between Seguin PD and law enforcement agencies. And then we'd have an administrative assistant in charge of records, scheduling, and supporting administrative functions there in the office. So what would be the responsibilities? We do emergency response and incident management, traffic enforcement, school bus safety, criminal investigations and evidence processing, student mentoring, and relationship building, which I think is key, and one of the things that we're lacking across the district with our current model. Absolutely, yes, ma'am. Please stop me. Yes, ma'am. So currently what we have is one officer at each one of our campuses. Seguin High School currently has 3 officers, 2 private security and 1 Seguin PD. We did that this year because of the usage of our metal detectors this year. This was our year 1 for implementation for metal detectors. So we gave them an additional officer there, and then our plan this year is to kind of throttle that down. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, that's what we would envision. The chief of PD would spend a substantial amount at the high school, and through their workflow, I would imagine that the investigator, the bulk of their work would be happening at that campus, and would be kind of taking the lead on those investigations. So, although we have kind of set aside 2 officers at Seguin High School, there'll be additional personnel in and out just simply because of the type of school that is, right, and the volume of incidents that'll be coming from that school as opposed to the others. Yeah, so exactly, yeah. And campus administrators would still take the initial lead on student investigations, right? They have a significant amount of latitude, right, that they can take with students in terms of our student handbook and policies that we have in place. It's the next additional steps that we have to take, right, where our ISD police department will be able to support quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, these officers in reality would be able to take on a substantial amount of layers that our campus administrators are currently taking on in terms of security. Everything from exterior door checks to investigations on specific incidents, adherence to our campus emergency operation plan, drills, and just kind of staying on top of that. It really allows the campus administration to maybe take not a full step away back. Don't get me wrong. Campus administrators are in charge of their campus and in charge of student safety, but it definitely allows them to delegate some of those responsibilities out to folks that are aligned with our own strategies, right? And they're trained by ISD, and they have that school-specific mentality. Yes, sir. Yeah, and I'll kind of hit some of that on my slides, because I honestly thought that was one of the key aspects of bringing this in front of you guys, and I think this slide speaks to it, is the specialized training that we'll be able to afford these officers that they're not necessarily getting when they're coming from our private security partners or from Seguin PD. So yes, they would all be TCOL certified. They'd be Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, school-based law enforcement certified, which is that first box. They would be trained on arrest procedures and authority, evidence handling, and a chain of custody, and report writing and documentation. Okay, they would have an additional layer of training on school-specific training. So they'd be completely trained on active shooter response, behavioral threat assessment, student search and seizure procedures, and school emergency operations. And I think that crucial third layer on this, for those of you who aren't super aware of what that SRO model entails, is this third layer is incredibly important, because the SRO really is a law enforcement officer, an educator, and an informal counselor for our students, and for a lot of our students can provide that support, right, and that counseling for kiddos when they have issues. So I think this is definitely a big piece, where we would provide training around youth and crisis management, juvenile laws and procedures, trauma-informed policing, mental health crisis intervention, and then more importantly, I think de-escalation techniques, right? So we can be able to support campus administration in those tough times.
So the officers that we have now, are they trained in all 3 of these
Our
areas?
officers are Seguin PD officers in private security. They would get training on being that TCOL portion of this particular training. They would get school-specific training as well. But quite honestly, youth and crisis management, unless they were to personally take on that additional training on their own, they would not get that as part of their base core training.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Um, yeah, absolutely. Could not, couldn't really put it better myself, sir. I mean, the consistency is one piece, and the familiarity with the campus is another. And you're absolutely right. So in a just to kind of give you a sense, in a 2-week period, as my department goes through payroll sheets for all these security officers, in a 2-week period, we could have anywhere between 27 and 39 different police officers that come in and out of our buildings across all our campuses. Okay, so absolutely, and to be clear, it's not necessarily their prime occupation, right? This is a secondary job for a lot of our folks. So yes, absolutely. If you were in an emergent situation, in an incident, and you get called to a particular area, and if you're not super familiar with where you're heading, it would be problematic, right? And seconds count when you're responding to emergency situations in a campus. So that would be another huge advantage, is that we would be able to train these officers, school-specific training in our buildings, going through our maps, going through our campus and district-specific emergency operations plan. They'd be keen and understand reunification methods. They'd understand the services that we use. I mean, there's a lot of built-in advantages to this. Absolutely. Yep.
I have a question, Dr. Correa, before we move on. Traffic enforcement. Can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
tell me what that would look like as someone who drives a lot around the campuses?
So, and I think I mentioned this at the very onset, y'all, and I want to be completely clear and transparent. We've provided kind of as much of a flushed out plan as we can, but certain nuances have not just been completely documented, because again, this is going to be the first step, and TCO will walk us through this piece. But to answer your question, yeah, our jurisdiction would be on campus and in and around our campus sites, right? We'd be able to do traffic violations within our area, but what that specifically would entail, and what kind of infractions we would give on folks, we'd have to start kind of putting that in procedure.
So I didn't know if that included the school zone itself and the speed limits, or just on campus.
It would be on campus. That's actually before you today, as part of your resolution, is there is a stipulation or a piece around jurisdictions, and it basically is specifically on our campuses. Yes, ma'am. Does that kind of somewhat answer your question? I know there's more details.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that's what a lot of people are going to ask. Again, as people who drive around the campuses a lot.
So a little bit more about funding, right? Because I know this is an investment for the school district, and want to put as much in front of you guys as possible. But with that being said, again, the plan is as exhaustive and as detailed as we could get it up to this point, considering we have not really entered the process with TCOL yet. But we are basically calling for a total startup investment of $1.2 million that is funded from existing bond money, residual bonds from our 2022 bond. This is startup costs to get the ISD Police Department up and running. So it's the breakdown is just in front of you, right? Around $340,000 for vehicles and transportation. We're calling for 6 fully equipped patrol vehicles. I'll read left to right. So $207,000 for technology and communications. That includes body-worn in-car camera systems, radio and equipment is part of that. Down at the bottom, in that middle row, weapons and safety equipment, around $75,000 for duty weapons, less lethal options, trauma kits, ballistic shields, AD units for campuses. Around $50,000 for uniforms and personal gear, $58,500 for training and certifications, and around $550,000 for facility and infrastructure. That includes building renovations, network infrastructure, wiring, evidence storage, armory, security systems, cameras, everything that the building needs to stand up an ISD police department.
Can you speak to, because I know people will have this question, how can we use that funding from the existing bond when we talked about bond 2022? We didn't talk about establishing a new police force. But I know the answer to this, but I just want you to address it.
So, and I'll have Miss Banks jump in here if you feel the need to. So the 22 bond did call for a significant portion of the bond money that was allocated or dedicated, that it would be allocated or dedicated around safety and security. The Seguin ISD Police Department falls right into that scope of work, if you will, that scope of project, and we feel that it's going to heighten the safety and security for all our staff and students across the district.
So it can be used for that, even though it specifically wasn't stated that way.
The only thing that we will not be able to use the bond money for is that training and certification for $58,500. That bond did pull out $15 million for safety and security, which was a lot more than we needed. We've got about $8 million left. So, but when that committee was put together, it was on the heels of Uvalde. People were very sensitive. That members of that committee are on our bond committee and our long-range facility planning committee, and they wanted to make sure that we could do whatever we wanted to do. So we definitely have the money, and we need to spend it, quite frankly. So when Ruben said he wanted to do this, I was like, great, because we need to spend that money.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Just a
'cause
quick comment.
based off the last bond update, wasn't there like something like 8 million left in that still?
8.981,
And this is only going to be 1.2-ish, 1.
Yeah, I mean, the facility infrastructure, you know, that's kind of just,
Yeah.
you know, Liz's like, pull it out of the sky. So,
So there's still a lot more after this we still have to spend too for safety and security.
yes, sir.
Just to clarify, we do have some plans for some of that money before Mr. Bright gets too excited down that end of the table. I know how this works, so.
Liz, can you clarify your statement of have to spend? Has that bond already been sold?
So yes, we
Right.
have all the
Money
bond
was sold.
2022 money in our checking accounts. 15 million was allocated or budgeted. That doesn't mean we have to spend 15 million on that, but since we told the community that we were budgeting 15 million, that would be a best practice.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think back in 2022, the community must have thought that that was back then just cameras and other high tech stuff. Times have changed.
Yeah,
So
and we
this
still
is a
have
good idea.
We still have cameras. We still have access control. I mean, we still have stuff that Ruben's working on that we're working on.
Yeah, those are some of the things that we are working through is additional security camera access control, especially to be able to start limiting who has access to our buildings and how we can track it. Physical keys are hard to do that because if a key gets lost, you don't know where it's at. Key card access is very easy. You lose a key card, we turn off the key card. We're able to shut it down, and we're also able to track what key cards were swiped where. And so some of the work that we're already looking at for future security needs is access controls across campuses and where to put additional access controls.
Okay, so moving past that first year of startup costs, this is what the annual operating budget would be for year one for the ISD Police Department. We're projecting right at $1.5 million, okay? Year one annual operating costs. So that compares with our current security costs as such, right there on the top right corner. Like I said before, we're currently spending around $1.1 million specifically and really uniquely on personnel. That's really essentially where all that cost is going to, okay? And the new department budget would be 1.5, so it's an annual increase of $475,000, and the increase is listed down there at the bottom. Really, in terms of personnel, salaries, benefits, and overtime, we're essentially right at that same mark, right? $1.1 million for personnel. The additional cost comes in with insurance, equipment, supplies, and technology, vehicle operations and maintenance, yearly training, professional and development, services, contracts, and contingencies. That's essentially where that additional overage comes from.
When you say insurance here, that's vehicle insurance,
Yes,
those
ma'am.
kind of things?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
What about liability insurance?
Liability, I know Ms. Banks was in touch with our insurance provider and got some information about the increase on that front.
Yeah, and I do just want to point out that Ruben's being super conservative and careful with these numbers. We did sit down and look at them, and I'm hopeful that we don't have an increase, that there's padding in all of these areas. So we currently have property insurance with TASB. TASB does not explicitly cover the district for law enforcement liability, but they also do not exclude it. So basically what would happen if we didn't go out and get our own standalone policy, if we had a claim, then we would put it through TASB and see what they cover. They're essentially being silent with me, but many TASB districts do get their standalone policy, and I think we've got plenty of room in that 131,000. It's definitely not going to be more than that, so.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Ms. Banks. The plan is pretty detailed and pretty fleshed out. There are some potential cost savings throughout that we've identified through executive leadership team, but I wanted to put as much in front of you because these would be the things that would be essential to stand up the police department. Okay, so the benefits. Now let's talk about the amazing benefits that we would experience here moving forward potentially next school year. So obviously immediate response, right? So the officers present during all incidents without external dependency, okay? And that's big for us. The specialized training is also paramount. So we'd have school-based law enforcement expertise and youth development focus. Operational control, direct authority over hiring, training, deployment, and accountability of these folks throughout the school year. We'd have mutual aid capacity, so we would be an additional resource for regional agencies during major incidents. And just to be super clear, the process of applying for a police department through TCOL, I mean, this is step one, but the subsequent steps call for us to have interagency agreements, right? Interlocal agreements with both Seguin PD, County Sheriff, dispatch, emergency operations. I mean, we would have all these agreements in place and agreed upon before day one. Okay. The other benefit is cost predictability, right? We know what our long-term budget is. Right now, we don't necessarily have control other than, on a yearly basis. We have 1 year at a time. And then institutional knowledge. Officers build lasting relationships and campus-specific expertise, to your point, right? Know where our hallways are, know how many rooms we have per building, know what our emergency evacuation plan is, know who the staff is, maybe some names of staff members and some kiddos, maybe some high fives here and there on the hallways, right? And that's that additional layer that we'd like to build in our campus, is to make sure that our students understand that these folks are our friends, they're a supporting layer, they're an additional educator almost on our campus, right? That provides safety and security for us.
That's one of the highlights that I believe that when I went through my first conference, I went through a Seguin, an ISD police officer thing, and they had mentioned about the capability of an ISD police officer compared to your RSOs, compared to your security guards, and they can do a lot more things for us, right? Like
yes, sir.
Enforce district policy, not just law.
Exactly.
Help with discipline problems, things like that, right?
Exactly. And not to say anything about our current system. Our Seguin Police Department officers are outstanding, all right? And work incredibly well with Seguin PD. But you're absolutely right. There are some limitations. They are there to intervene when a law is broken and to take the steps accordingly. And as an SRO, we have a little bit more latitude on what interventions that they can take, the trainings that we can give them. And then they're also looking at our policy. They're looking at our student handbook. They're looking at the rules and regulations that we've set for our kiddos. It's just a different lens. It's a different lens for our folks on our campus. Yeah, it's a great point. So our timeline, obviously, just like anything else that I've kind of put in front of you guys, is rather aggressive, okay? Because our plan is to get enough of an ISD department up and running and ready to go August of 2026 to start the next school year, okay? Which means, and I'm rather confident that it can happen, right? For several reasons. Funding is one of them. Secondly, these folks behind me, from the CAO down to Student Support Services and the two folks in between that are incredibly paramount. We're all working in kind of conjunction on this. We've all agreed that this is a worthwhile project. Dr. Lee has helped and supported every way, just to kind of make sure that we have all our T's crossed, all our I's dotted, and make sure that we've kind of dug in on all the possibilities for this department. So I'm confident that we can get it off the ground. But it's based on obviously y'all making a good informed decision tonight. And again, your decision tonight just kind of steers me in one direction, right? And if we vote for this, then we go down that path and we start to take steps that TCOL sets forward. But basically planning from back in a couple of months to today, and then March and May would leave us for setup and procurement. We would allocate the funds. We would award contracts for vehicles and equipment. We would hire the chief of police of the police department, and we would begin our organizational development. In June and July, we would hire, and that's the challenge, right? And we've kind of discussed this as a group, is that hiring would be a potential challenge. But we feel confident, and we feel like we've got some potential support around the area. So we would complete hiring all the personnel there between June and July. We'd run them through T-code certification and specialized training, and then we'd start training them. And we'd start August of 2026, full deployment, 12 campuses, student and community orientation, operational assessment, continuous improvement, and uniformed officers in our campuses for next school year.
I just one thing on that. This says full deployment across 12 campuses.
Yes, sir.
Because MBLC.
Yes, sir. 12 sites. I guess I should have been a bit more. Yeah.
Check.
So, one of the things that we do here at the district, and what we're starting to do and starting to become muscle memory and habit, is to try and align our efforts with everything that we're doing across the district in our strategic plan. So I did want to outline and just kind of highlight a little bit of how this aligns with our strategic plan. And how our ISD Police Department could help support a couple of our goals. So priority 3 on our strategic plan calls for positive community culture. Obviously, the alignment is pretty evident, pretty obvious, right? Dedicated police departments that build trust with families and students. Trained officers focus on student mentoring and relationship building. And school-based presence signals that students are cared for. And to be completely honest with you, that's one of the big things that we've heard this year since implementing our metal detectors and the additional security at Seguin High School. I've personally heard from students, and they've flat out told me, I feel safe this year. And I think that's big. It allows for learning. It allows for tensions to kind of dwindle down a little bit, for people to let their guards down and just be kids and be students. And I think we need to leverage that. And I think ISD Police Department could definitely support that. Priority 5, again, strategic operational stewardship. The department would provide long-term cost predictability versus escalating contracts year upon year. The bond funds start minimizing budget deficit impact, and we have operational control and improves resources efficiency and accountability for our folks to make sure they're aligned with our district goals. And then priority 1, challenging and meaningful learning, right? So safe campuses are prerequisite for academic achievement. 741 safety incidents in the last 3 years directly disrupts learning environments, right? And we need to be able to address those accordingly. And a faster response and investigation reduces classroom disruption. So hopefully we'll be able to support campus administrators, allow them to get back to teaching and learning, and making sure that happens effectively. Guys, thank you for your ears, and thank you for your attention, your consideration for the proposal, right? From our standpoint, from my standpoint personally, I do believe that this is the right step. It's the most responsible step for the school district to take. And it allows us operational control of what's happening out there for safety and security for our kiddos. Essentially, that's what I've prepared, but I'm more than welcome, more than happy to field questions or wonderings, or I know this is a big step.
I've got
Yes,
a couple of questions. And this is a great idea, by the way, so whatever I ask, don't think of it as a negative way.
No. Thank you.
Do we have the possibility for applying for grants, or does the bond money going to prevent us from doing that?
So I know that there are potential grants every year, right, that are specific to school districts that have ISD police departments.
Okay.
There are grants that fund technology equipment, weapons, those type of things. I don't see us using the 22 bond funds for a startup cost, precluding us from moving forward with those grant opportunities in year 2 and beyond. Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Have we modeled or spoken with other schools, surrounding school districts that have I'm not too sure if San Marcos or Comal has a police.
Yeah, so I did a significant amount of digging, kind of a data dig on surrounding areas, Navarro being one of them, New Braunfels, especially around looking at what their compensation looked like for their police officers. So we do. We have a significant amount of information of districts that have stood, Del Valle being another one, of school districts that have stood up police departments in the last 5 years. And have that connection with those school districts to be able to support. Yeah.
So how do you think this will compete with our local officers?
With our local police department? So the way I see it, sir, quite honestly, is standing up an ISD law enforcement agency within the school district is another law enforcement agency within your municipality, right?
Good point. Yeah.
So it's another responding agency for a particular incident or a potential incident. One of the big pieces on applying for a police department is we bring this in front of you all. We bring in a resolution, right? And then that second piece is called a T-Cole benefits letter. It's a letter that kind of delineates all this information for T-Cole, saying, "Hey, T-Cole, yeah, we've presented it to the board. We've got funding." But one of the big pieces on that benefits letter is, have you reached out to your local law enforcement agencies? Have you reached out to the police department? Have you talked to the sheriff's department? And we've already taken those steps and had those like preliminary conversations with them, right? We did not want to blindside anybody when we put this in front of you guys. So we've done a little bit of the legwork, and the conversations have been supportive. The conversations have been very, very responsive from both sides. So we're definitely heading in a good direction, and I think it's positive. What I'm hearing.
It's definitely. I'm working in Austin. I do hear a lot about Del Valle ISD and also Westlake. Of course, we'll never get the deal that they got. They got the Teslas donated by Musk because he has a house in Westlake. That's why.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is there a specific maybe pool of applicants that specifically like to work for school districts that already have that training? Are there avenues we can go to
Yes,
try to
ma'am.
find those folks?
So I mean, and we've talked about this extensively, right? So our ideal applicant would be somebody who's got experience in law enforcement, maybe a former police department officer, looking for a change in pace, a different setting, right? But we would be looking for folks who potentially are already certified through TCOL, right, and have already gone through that training. And there are a potential pool of applicants in the area. Again, it's an enticing role for police officers considering the type of work, right? It's really great work. You're working with students. You're working on a very different workday calendar. You're working with a different sense of emergency situations that might arise. So there are some benefits for some police officers out there in acquiring a role like this, I guess is what I'm saying.
In the search for a chief, would
Yes,
that
ma'am.
be extensive? How would that?
It would be a search for a chief of police department, and we're looking for somebody who understands the school district, understands what we're looking for, and understands what the expectation is. But yeah, we would be doing a search for a police department chief. Yes, ma'am.
What kind of, for the campus officers, do they work a 187-day contract?
Yeah, so we kind of talked a little bit about what that would look like. Depending on their summer professional development, we're looking at somewhere in the range of 195 to 197 days work for that school year. Again, I'm still kind of flushing out what those TCOL training requirements would be for them, but in the surrounding areas, that's what you're seeing is right around that mark, 195, 197.
And are they allowed to have other jobs or?
So these would be officers that are solely dedicated to our police department. So we would want them; they would be our full-time employees.
And I assume that this wouldn't be 7 to 4:30. They would be at football games and extracurricular activities, summer school.
So we're still flushing that out a bit in terms of their days worked and what their actual responsibilities would be for extracurriculars. Whether that would be tied into their total days worked, whether that would be paid at a different rate for those additional. But these would be the folks that we would lean on and count on to cover those activities.
What salary was used for the calculations of the cost?
Yes, ma'am. So it was a subset of 6 different districts. One second. Yeah, so we took a sample set from surrounding districts. One of them was Navarro, Church Cibolo, New Braunfels, Marion, Lavernia, and Hayes. Similar size, similar makeup for the most part. The ranges were consistently somewhere around what we've projected, right? Somewhere around $35 an hour, all the way up to $40 an hour, depending on the district.
So with if you turn that into a
To
yearly
an annual salary. That's what you're wanting to know.
Yeah, an annual
I'm
salary.
pretty sure that it was $52,000 was the annual salary, and then Dr. Carrillo added about 30%, which I think is probably a little bit higher percentage than what it is to offset benefits also.
Yes, sir.
So you're looking at a total cost per position for an officer of about $67,000.
67, yes. That's
How
what I
does the
recall.
$52,000 annual salary compare to our local police department's current salaries?
It's comparable to a city police officer, but I'd have to get a little bit more information from you. I don't want to misspeak, to be completely honest with you. I quite honestly focused my research on school district police officers and their comparable salaries. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so we currently pay $50 an hour for our security officers at every single one of our campuses, Seguin PD or private security. So this, for that salary that we referred to of around $67.5, you're looking at around $35 to $37 an hour. So the hourly rate is a savings.
I Googled it, and it looks like the starting salary of PD is about $69,000.
Yeah.
So that would be one of my concerns. Is it's a substantial decrease to a comparable position in the community. With that salary, would we be able to attract quality candidates?
Yeah, I think so. You're absolutely right. It's maybe a variance of $2,000 or $3,000 that they would benefit a little bit more from working outside of the ISD, right? Is my math incorrect there on that?
52 to 69. It's a pretty
Yeah.
good.
So
it's
it's
a pretty good chunk.
52 base salary with benefits included. You're looking at
That
about
we were looking at 67. I pulled up the local police department also, and it shows their annual salary of 67,000. Keep in mind that an officer for a school district, as Dr. Carrillo pointed out, would be working roughly 197 days. That's the equivalent of still having your summers off. So they're essentially being paid for 2 less months' work in exchange for those summers off. Just like, I mean, let's be very real. That's how teachers are compensated. Also, they're only paid for their 187 days. They don't get paid for Christmas vacation and Thanksgiving break and those things. It would be the same thing for these officers. So the salary would be lower than our local competition from a city beat standpoint. I guess I don't know if that's the right term or not, but it would be very comparable to other school district officers that are doing the same thing that we would be doing.
Yes,
if that makes sense at all.
How do we attract quality candidates with that much discrepancy in pay rates?
So again, I think it really boils down to the type of job and the type of role. So quality candidates will be kind of attracted to the potential of the type of work. We'd be looking for folks who have experience in law enforcement. We'd be looking for folks who have that training, but more important, the intrinsic motivation to work with in and around students in campus life. And we'd want folks who are dedicated to working with staff and students, right? Who have campus in mind and student safety in mind first. So that, in my mind, would be a quality candidate for the department. Again, would be somewhat of a challenge to acquire a very large pool of folks, but there are many folks who are looking to make that transition and to be in the line of work where they're doing well, providing service, being impactful, but maybe not necessarily being in that city beat kind of environment. Yeah.
In the 2 previous districts that I have worked with where we had our own local ISD police department, there were a handful of officers in both of those districts that were retired officers that had already gotten their retirement and just did not want to be retired. And so they were able to come back and do this while they still, because it's technically a TRS job with our benefits versus what you typically get with ERS and those types of things.
Yes, sir.
When I thought about that same thing, Lisa, and I kind of thought about our school nurses who a lot of them could make a lot more money if they were a nurse in the emergency room or something like that. But they choose that stable schedule. A lot of
Yes,
them
ma'am.
are parents who have their kids in the school district, so they want to work kind of the same schedule as their kids. If you had this job on one of the campuses, could you do something else in those months that you have off? Go be the security guard at Schlitterbahn or whatever there is that needs more
Right.
stuff in the summer. That's my only thing I could think of.
We would iron out those details, right? To kind of add those stipulations. Again, I think a good portion of their summer, in my mind, would be set aside and specifically for training, right? We would train to emergency operations. We would train to responses. We would train towards investigations. But yeah, I think we'd flesh out some of those details of what would be allowable and what would be out of bounds for these specific folks. Yeah, more to come in terms of what that would look like.
Ruben, I appreciate your thorough presentation here for us this evening. My question is really to Dr. Lee. So we have all of our new strategic plan. We have tons of work going on. We're moving in the right direction. Do you all foresee this taking you or sidetracking you from that current mission? I want to make sure. I feel that this is a pretty big undertaking that should not be taken lightly. And I just want to make sure that you guys all think that you can continue that good work that I see y'all are doing every day to move our district in the right direction, and we're not going to get sidetracked by worrying about this as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great question for starters, and I appreciate that we're even being asked that question because it is. I think one of the sayings that I've adopted recently, especially, used it today when I was presenting on the strategic plan to the Seguin Rotary Club, is we have work to do. We have hard work to do, but it's good work to do that's meaningful and has purpose for what's best for our students, for our staff, and for our community. And so I think any movement that we do that advances our district is going to be hard work. You guys heard me say this when I interviewed with you. It's supposed to be hard for the adults. It's not supposed to be hard for the other people. So I think we recognize that there's a challenge. I do want to say thank you to Dr. Carrillo, his team especially. You can see the amount of time and effort and thought that they have put into this since way back in the fall. But to answer your question, I think it's going to be work, but I think it's the right work that needs to happen to keep us moving in the direction. We're focusing a lot on academics. We also have to focus on some of the operational pieces too that can help support that other work that happens.
I have to say, I was happy to see that you align that to our strategic plan and pointed us to where it aligns. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just for the board to know, I also want to just reinforce what Dr. Carrillo said at the very beginning. This is an initial step in the direction of this. This does not guarantee that everything works out perfectly for us. We don't know what that looks like if we're given approval. We don't know what that looks like with TCOL yet. We don't know what type of feedback, what type of changes they might require based off of policy revisions and adoptions that have to happen. There's still going to be other action required by you as a board when it comes to purchasing equipment, when it comes to potential hires, when it comes to setting policy and procedure that would align with some of the work that's happening. And so I just wanted to reinforce that this is an initial step in the direction for us. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's an end-all be-all. Dr. Carrillo has outlined a timeline, a very avaricious timeline that's there that moves pretty quickly. And I think that we also have to be prepared to recognize that there may be challenges with that timeline that may affect what we can or cannot do. But I have full confidence in him, full confidence in his team, full confidence in our team with Seguin ISD to make those changes as they're necessary, and then we would report that back to you. But if you do agree and move forward with approving the resolution, that is just the initial step for us. That doesn't mean that tomorrow we have a Seguin ISD police department ready to go, or that we immediately hire someone to do some of that work. This just means that we start that initial process with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement to be able to see what has to happen afterwards.
With the action item that is on the agenda, it says board resolution to establish a Seguin Independent School District Police Department. Does that mean that there is no further board approval needed in order to, if going down this path, finding out more of the numbers, would we have to do an additional resolution to dissolve a Seguin Independent School District if in the future it was determined it was not the best option for the district?
That I know of, you would not have to create an additional resolution to dissolve it. I will clarify my words and correct them if need be. But to my knowledge, you would not have to create an additional resolution to dissolve it. This resolution just kind of gets us forward and moves us in a path to make the application and submit it.
What is the next step that the board would then approve? After
So the next step would be once we submit TCOL application, then you would begin an approval process of policy and procedure around ISD Police Department. So that would be coming before you guys as we begin to develop that policy through TCOL. So you would have approval and oversight of all the policies that essentially govern the police department.
But this essentially gives the green light to push forward.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only way to push stop would be to dissolve it.
Not necessarily.
No.
We have to have this resolution for TCOL to even do their part.
Right.
Is what it comes down to. It's interesting the way that the legal policy works when it comes to local ISD police departments, because we're essentially trying to establish a local ISD police department through the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. At any point that any peace officer can be commissioned by the board. They just have to meet the standards established by TCOL as part of that. We're just having to set up a police department to be able to do it. We could establish police officers right now that meet the TCOL standard without having our own police department.
Right.
We would just do that through an MOU with other organizations, city police department, sheriff's offices, any of those types of things. So you're likely looking at fairly consistent votes at every meeting on something that happens depending on what we receive back from TCOL. It may take us several weeks to even get TCOL to say, yes, this looks good, now you would approve it.
Yes.
I do see that Section 3 funding says in the last line, the superintendent shall present a detailed budget proposals to the board for approval.
Correct.
So that's part of the resolution that the funding will be coming back in front of us for sure.
Any other wonderings? Because I kind of see another wondering. No?
Well,
Maybe,
no, I mean,
maybe we didn't answer it
I
completely.
can just answer. I think it's a very innovative, it's an innovative idea. I think it's such a great thing for our district to be able to have the control, the extra resources, everything that's there. I have two big concerns. The first being we are in a deficit, and we are in a very large deficit. And we haven't seen our budgeting process to see for this next year, are we in a better spot? You know, if we had if we knew this year our budget was going to be cut in half, and the next year we can cut it in half again. But right now, I feel like we would be going into debt for this. And that brings major concerns to me that we already have a deficit and we're adding to it. Another one of my concerns is that we're a D district. And while the safety of our students is very important, I feel like our students are very safe right now in the current thing. More safe is always better. But they are safe right now, but we're a D district. And so I really feel like that if we are going to go more into a deficit budget, it needs to be to work on academics and learning, teacher salaries, curriculum, professional development. To me, the timing is that we're in a hard spot where we're making some very positive progress, but we have that deficit and we have that D. That if we had that C, if we, had that finished budget of $4 million, those are my major concerns.
Sure.
And as this gets worked out, we're going to know a lot more of that information.
Yes, ma'am.
By the time the police department actually gets set up, we're going to have those STAR test scores to see if we actually did improve this year. We're going to have our budgeting process more complete. We're going to know it. So that's one of my concerns, is that we give the green light, and then if things aren't moving in this positive direction as we all hope, are we now in a bad spot to reverse it?
I think so. To kind of calm a little bit that concern that you may have. Yes. So you're absolutely right. So we would. Potentially, if we were to get into an issue with personnel, right, and that applicant pool is a bit more shallow than what we thought. We don't have enough officers to really outfit the entire district. There could be a way where we're kind of running both plans concurrently, right? Where we would still have a interlocal agreement with our Seguin PD or our private security that provides services August of 2026, and then we throttle that down while we pursue our TCOL certification with TCOL, and then start to get our personnel up on our ISD police department side. And there could be like this slow transition, which is quite honestly normally how things happen around school districts, honestly, is this gradual shift, right? So there would be a potential of doing that. This is not an on and off. This is not like y'all are deciding to sign this resolution, so that's it. Got to really build a police department next school year, right? There are potential. We have, like I said, we've got a great working relationship with Seguin PD. We've got a great private security partner that we already work with. So there are potential for us to have different plans moving forward while we're still trying to build our police department. Right.
I think it's also important to acknowledge that the timeline that Dr. Carrillo has outlined here for like the hiring and the training and even the setup and the procurement, those things would happen when we do have more budget numbers to know what's going on. So we're not talking about today, February 24th, we're establishing a $1.1 million project to get this up and moving. We're just saying this is the initial process. Over these next several months, when Liz and I are looking at tax revenue, taxable value, state revenue, all those types of things that we'll get starting in April, and then again in June and July as we get revisions from the appraisal district, I think that we also have the ability to come back and go, whoa, maybe we do need to hit the brakes a little bit here. And so that's why I want to just be clear, like this isn't the green light to go for everything. This is just the initial process to set us up. At any point that we feel like we are not moving in a direction that works for the district, both financially, operationally, in student, academically, we're going to come back to you and say this is not the right move for us. Because the last thing I want us to do is to commit to something just because we're dead set on committing to it. No, it's going to be what's right for the time, for the moment that it needs to happen. Or we'll come back to you and say, yeah, we got that wrong. We need to slow down. We need to do this a little bit differently. I don't know if you're used to that. I'm just not afraid to say that.
Okay,
say,
so I have a new question.
Yes, ma'am.
Does TCOL, does it require that we have a board resolution to establish?
Yes, ma'am. It sure does.
So that's the
That's the
language that
requirement,
it
correct? Yes,
requires.
ma'am. There's
Just not approval to apply. Because approval to apply, but
no,
it's different
yeah.
than established.
It definitely calls for the resolution, establishment of a resolution, right, of the department that kind of details these pieces in the resolution, right? So they're asking for kind of an understanding that the ISD is going to provide funding for the project, that you all understand the jurisdiction, that you understand that you got to build policy and procedure around it. Those are the pieces that are required in that TCOL certificate, that TCOL application, correct?
I also want to say thank you for asking the questions and taking this seriously and not just being like, yeah, let's go, yeehaw, because it does take a lot for us to make sure that we're moving in the right direction, and I think that's a good sign that we have a cohesive team that is working on those things. Like, I didn't expect this to just for us to come in and greenlight it. Like, I expected there to be lots of questions because there needs to be. If anything, I'm more impressed with Dr. Carrillo than I was before this meeting started with his ability to do this. So well done. But like, I just want y'all to know, like, I appreciate that there is real questions, that there are real questions being asked, and that this isn't just okay, let's do it.
Yeah, and I really appreciate them too, y'all, because I mean, the same questions I ask them to myself, we ask them to ourselves. And we just kind of lean in on all those questions to make sure that we have an avenue to dig in on it, right? Do we have the resources to be able to solve the issue? Just real quick to your point, yes, you're absolutely right. Deficit and D district, a lot of things have to happen in order to improve our rating, and a lot of things are happening concurrently. That's kind of one of the key words here within our group, is that we've got a lot of projects, and they're all concurrently running, and they're all going to be concurrently successful at some point or another. Okay, and we just the pace of schools now is so fast that you sometimes got to be able to stand up several things all at the same time and confide in your staff and confide in the personnel that you've got and the experts in the room. And we've got plenty. We've got plenty in this district. So yeah, timeline's super aggressive, but I feel really confident that we can hit our benchmarks and we can get it off the ground with some support. Yeah.
Are there some things that administrators do now that they would have more time to do other things? I should say.
So, and to be, yeah, absolutely. So to be clear, they are responsible for the safety and security of their campus, and they are, yeah, they are responsible for securing that. So exterior door checks, hourly door checks, classroom door checks, adherence to the emergency operation plan, drills, practicing of drills, right? Now, does a police officer completely remove these responsibilities from a campus administrator? No, not at all. But it's an additional layer. It's somebody that you can delegate responsibilities to. A perfect example would be hourly door checks, exterior door checks. Our campus administrators are basically conducting those right now in conjunction with their officers, right? But again, we have limited latitude, right, with those folks, and we'd have extensive flexibility with our own police officers. So yes, we bring them into the fold. They do hourly checks on their own, right? They do. We can put them on a schedule. We can give them expectations of what their daily schedule should look like, how many checks they do. We could give them roles and responsibilities around drills. We can give them specific roles and responsibilities around our emergency operation plan. What is your role around an evacuation? What is your role around reunification? Well, we can't really train to those things because it might be one of the 39 guys that shows up that day, right? But if you had consistent staff, then you could be able to bring them into the training, train staff, students, and officers all at once, right?
Let's say we had an incident on a campus.
Yes, ma'am.
God forbid. Would they be the incident commander then, or will local law enforcement, there'll be that interlocal agreement where they can come and aid?
Absolutely. So depending on the type of incident, right? But essentially, it would escalate to the chief of police. Our ISD chief of police, right, would take lead on those type of incidents. But our interlocal agreements are pretty detailed and explicit, right? So if it's an emergent situation that requires law enforcement to come onto our campus, then that would happen, right? That would happen. Those agreements would be in place. They would still have access to our buildings. They would still have emergency access to our buildings after hours, at least our city PD. We would keep that as part of our procedure and our practice. But yes, all that would be detailed in an agreement, very similar to what we currently work with now, right? Is they're going to respond, city PD, county sheriff, they're going to respond to an incident, and we're going to allow them to. Now, yes, depending on the situation, the incident commander, that shifts. Those responsibilities shift depending on the incident, right? If it's larger, if it's a large, broad scope, if it's affecting multiple people, multiple sites, then we coordinate that with law enforcement.
Just to point out, like, what's the quickest way to fix our budget long-term efficiently? It would be to increase our enrollment and to decrease those number of transfers. So, I mean, from my perspective, there's things that we have to do in regards to accountability, but also safety of our kids compared to what other districts are doing to attract kids to our district and keep them here. And it feels to me like this is something that would do that because they're building relationships. They know our kids, they know our families, they know our campuses. So even though we're seeing that might be an increase to our budget, if it brings in kids, you know, we're looking at $7,000 or so a kid annually. So it could have really positive long-term effects financially.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Madam President, I move to approve the establishment of Seguin ISD Police Department.
Second.
All right, I have a motion for Mr. Bright and a second for Mr. Guerra. Any further discussion?
I would just really encourage the board to think about just the decision that we're making at this time to move forward, time allotment to it, and the money allotment. we're deciding to move forward on.
Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Korea. All right. Now, oh, sorry. Does anybody need a little break? We just have a few more items, but I want to give you the chance just in case. Okay. 10C, consider approval of a board resolution to establish, 10D, delay the teacher certification requirements application. Mr. Newman.
Good evening. Due to the HB2 restrictions, Seguin no longer is able to employ uncertified teachers for foundational courses over the next 2 school years. That's just part of the resolution of HB2. TEA has given districts an option to delay the timing of these new restrictions. And the process for this delay would be to develop a local plan for compliance by the 29-30 school year. That's the agenda, or the exhibit is the plan that we put in place. Obtain board approval, which is here, and then submit that plan to TEA. And so basically what we have is, I actually think we're being pretty aggressive and we're moving pretty quickly. I think that our established timeline to get our uncertified folks certified before that timeline is happening. But we wanted to give ourselves some flexibility based on these new laws. So basically, to give you more data on that, in 26-27, all uncertified teachers in K through 5, they will not allow us to employ them. And then starting in 27-28, everybody from 6 through 12 in foundational courses, we won't be able to employ them as well. We have just, for some more data, we have 67 employees right now without standard certifications. And we have, that breakup is 42 have no certifications and 25 are on intern certifications. And so all we're trying to do is delay that option, or delay the requirement, to give us maximum flexibility as we try to work these teachers into certifications and not have to search for other people.
Jeremy, can you explain what a foundational course is? And that data you just gave, are all those foundational teachers, or that all teachers in the district?
So the data that I gave you were based on our uncertified foundational teachers. Foundational classes are like English, math, science, anything that's not, say, the fine arts, PE, CTE, any of those. Oh, there, yep.
That's what the state is identifying as a foundational course. For next year, it'd be K through 5 elementary. Has to be fully certified. You cannot District of Innovation your way out of it. And then the year after, 27-28, would be 6 through 12 foundational teachers. English, math, science, and social studies. You cannot District of Innovation yourself out of it. They have changed the rules. That was what House Bill 2 did there. Ultimately, if I'm using the crystal ball to see what's happening, I fully anticipate that the state is getting ready to pull back any type of alternative or local certification options. I expect that we'll probably see more from the legislature in the next legislative session. That's what they're pushing, is for certified teachers. But this only has to do with our foundational teachers and House Bill 2. It has nothing to do with any other educators. This is basically, as Mr. Newman said, giving us a little bit more flexibility by having the option to extend to that timeline a little bit. And that's why Mr. Newman and his team developed that plan that has to go to TEA to be approved anyways. So if you approve this tonight, what you're approving is the plan that we then send to TEA to determine if it's even approved for us or not. Mr. Newman, to his credit, and I want to give him and his team a lot of credit because they have been working very diligently all year to look at our District of Innovation status, look at the timelines to make sure that we're supporting folks as best possible to get them fully certified, knowing that that's where we're headed towards and what we're going to have to do.
And I actually think there's a possibility that we'll accomplish that this year, but the problem is oftentimes the teachers have to take certain tests to get the certification, and they'll have a timeline where they want to take the test, but we have some that don't pass those tests the first time or the second time, and then we'll be out of compliance with those particular teachers. So even though they may be excellent in the classroom and they have a great plan to move forward, what will happen is if they don't pass that test, then we'll be out of compliance as we go if we don't have this delay.
How long does it take for them to, for example, somebody comes in with a BS in biology and they want to get certified? It typically takes like a year and then they take a test?
Yeah, so they have to take a test to enter a program, and they usually, the ones that I mentioned, the 42 that have no certification, they're not even in, say, a program where they have an intern certification. And I think partly because our DOI has allowed it, they haven't been as aggressive in getting into a program. But once somebody gets into the program and has their intern certification, the program requires them really to do it in a year, or they'll be dropped from the program.
So I just want to clarify something. Because we're still operating under the DOI, those 42 teachers you're talking about do have a certification, whether it be a DOI one or something, right?
No, that's incorrect. Our folks that are under DOI have no certification. There are some that may have an emergency permit, but the majority of those that I listed have no certification
They
whatsoever.
have an exemption. Their certification exemption because we're DOI.
Correct. The only certification that they have is a local certification through our District of Innovation plan. There's nothing that transfers with them. There's nothing on their record that's attached to their TEA ID or any of that. Like, they are uncertified, and we are saying that we're locally certifying them through District of Innovation. That's basically disappearing for foundational courses, the core courses, English, Math, Science, and Social Studies.
How many of those do we have?
Yeah, that's the 42 number that I gave
Those
you.
are all foundational?
That's correct. I actually have it broken down. I have 23 K through 5. Actually, this is the total aggregate of both intern and notice certification, which is 23 K through 5, 42 6 through 12, and then I have 2 in pre-K, which that doesn't include. It's not included in the foundational, but again, we're trying to be pretty aggressive to get certified employees here. So I've been meeting with all of the uncertified and intern certification employees this last month, and kind of giving them a hard message.
That's tough work. I appreciate your time, sir.
Yep.
And so the only thing I'm wondering is, we have to have these teachers in the classroom. They take away this DOI that we're allowed to make happen. What's the punishment if we're out of compliance? I mean, we can't just leave those classrooms empty. If these people, and we can't hire, you get what I'm saying? Like, what do we do then?
Well, so the hard message that I've been giving, all of them have been an April 1st deadline. That April 1st deadline is because I have to then present, and I've told them, to the board non-renewals, which would go on the April board meeting. And so then that gives us an opportunity from a recruiting standpoint to be recruiting replacements for the next year.
So when we say you have the April 1st deadline, they have to be enrolled in something by April 1st, right? Not to have the certification completed by April 1st, because I mean that's only like a couple months away.
So the uncertified ones would have to get their intern certification by that April 1st.
By
That
being enrolled
Which means they're enrolled in a program.
which would put them in a program
Okay.
and give them this intern certification for a year, typically for the program. They would be okay. The ones that are currently in a program, I'm telling them April 1st in order to pass the test. The programs have a certain amount of observations that occur from the program. So as long as they've passed the test, I'm allowing them to continue on because they're just getting observations as they're teaching. But I really need them to have that test in place. The other thing is if they don't get everything in by April 1st, but say they get it May or June and we still have an opening, they can reapply and we can process them as a rehire and still have them be employed with us.
And
But I-
isn't this something they've known about and have been working towards?
Yes. Ye-
We're turning up the heat.
Yes, we are. I think it wasn't, now that HB2 is, I mean, it was on my radar before, but with HB2 and the state really coming in and cracking down, we just really need to turn up the heat. It actually has given me an ability to communicate as not the bad guy, but to say, hey, uncertified folks, this is what where the state is heading.
Yeah, so just to clarify, what you're voting on or what we're recommending to you is that you would approve us filing that application for delay of teacher certification requirements that House Bill 2 lays out. All that is us applying, then we also have to get approved by TEA. That plan has to be that Mr. Newman and his team put together.
Madam President, I move to approve the delay of teacher certification requirements application.
I heard Mr. Dwyer first. So, all right. So that is a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second from Mr. Dwyer. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
All right. Now, item 10E, approval for school calendar. Dr. Lee.
Board, you have in front of you the current draft calendar for the school year 26-27. I want to hit a couple of different things that happened. We initially created a draft calendar, sent that out to faculty and staff for some feedback, took their feedback, made some adjustments on things, sent that out to families for their feedback. I want to hit a little bit of that. The initial calendar, when we sent that out, we got 120 responses from faculty and staff. They very much supported that calendar, thought that the format, the draft calendar, simplicity, predictability. There was a 50-50 split on some appreciated that there was not a week-long fall break. The other 50% did not appreciate that there was not a week-long fall break that was built in there. That was just a piece of the feedback. There was feedback on the Monday after Easter. The initial calendar did not have Easter Monday off. Feedback was that people really appreciated having Good Friday and Easter Monday as school holidays because there's a lot of families that do travel. The initial calendar had a Monday start. There was a lot of push from faculty and staff to not start in the middle of, or to not start at the beginning of the week and start in the middle of the week instead. There were some requests for teacher planning days and work days to be identified in the calendar, which we will do as part of that work. And then we had additional early releases in that initial calendar, and there were some concerns about that. When we made those adjustments and we sent the calendar that you have out in front of you for families, we received 252 responses back. Again, almost a 50-50 split of half liked that there was a fall break, or that the fall break was a Friday, Monday. The other half did not appreciate that there was not a full week off, and said, there were several folks, which we typically see this from families and community in general. They suggest starting school earlier in August and ending earlier in May. This calendar compared to our current calendar is a week shift back. I want to be very intentional on why that is the way that it is. As we look forward to the 27-28 school year, the state will adjust assessments to be through the year assessments, meaning that our kids will take a test, shorter test in in place of the STAR test. They will take a shorter test in August, a shorter test in January, February, middle of the year, December, somewhere around there, December, January, and then they'll take a shorter test at the end of the year. The difference is going to be that those will happen at the actual end of the year. Traditionally, STAR testing happens in April, and then there's not much to May after that because testing, unfortunately. The way that we look forward to that and why I'm being so intentional is we're trying to prepare for the following year to be ready for instructional days in May is essentially what it comes down to. A lot of the feedback from our families was looks good, love it, approve. There were a couple of questions on holidays and breaks. Specifically, and we get this from faculty and staff also, is spring break and when spring break is. People are passionate about when spring break occurs. Just to be transparent for our community, for you board, our spring break, we set based off of where our dual credit partner university sets theirs so that our kids do not have to go to school and our dual credit instructors do not have to work during spring break. So every year we don't establish a spring break based off of neighboring districts. We establish our spring break based off of our dual credit St. Philip's College. And that is the spring break. It just happens to fall in line with where it is. The other comments from the families that were in there, they did appreciate Good Friday and Easter Monday being off. And then there was some questions about the April 30th holiday that's built into that calendar because you see there's just school holiday on April 30th. In full transparency, there is no real holiday that happens on April 30th other than that avoids us going to school for 8 weeks straight without anyone having any type of break between basically Good Friday and Easter Monday. It builds a break in. So this calendar builds in essentially a day off for students and staff every single month. There is some day that is built in for that calendar. Other than that, everything, all of the feedback was set. So what you've got is a calendar in there that has 170 instructional days, 168 of them are full days, 2 early releases. Staff days are 187 days, which is required. 170 of those are the instruction days. There's 12 in-service days before the beginning of school. That is also intentional based off professional development that we need to have in place for our team next year as we move forward with Skyward and student management systems. As we move forward with instructional expectations. There are 4 staff days during the school year, and then there is 1 staff day at the end of the school year, so there is that day for them to close up. We did get a lot of feedback of people appreciative that the day of graduation was not the final day of school, that they were completely separate. But all in all, if we stick with our calendar of 450 minutes a day, the calendar itself builds in 1 extra day. We will bring to you next month a waiver for the consent agenda that'll be a professional development waiver that allows us to use the 4 staff development days through the school year to get minutes for those. So with those, we would build in 5 extra days in this calendar next year without us making any adjustments to bell schedules or anything like that. If we add 5 minutes, it basically jumps up 1 3/4 day is what it does. So you have that in front of you. The recommendation is that you approve that calendar for the 26-27 school year. Also happy to answer any questions should you have any. Just want to be clear.
Madam President, I move to approve the school calendar for the 2026-2027 school year.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Mrs. Burns and a second from Mr. Brights. Any further discussion?
Thank you for being thorough, Jack.
You're welcome. I know you're about to vote, but it will get edited to look prettier than all the colors that my colorblind self can see. So I'll work with Emily, Jill, Tanisha, and they will make this look far prettier than the one that I have in front of you right now before we send that out to families.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Next, 10F, consider and take possible action regarding resolution related to Texas Education Code Section 25.0823, Senate Bill 11, and prayer in schools.
Nice try, Miss Banks.
Sorry, one more.
I saw you working your way up there. Nice try. Board, you have in front of you a possible resolution and a possible policy dependent upon if we were to approve a resolution regarding Senate Bill 11. I just want to clarify a couple of things. Senate Bill 11 went into effect as part of the most recent legislative session, and it does set a deadline for school boards of March 1st, 2026 to take action and that each board has to take a formal recorded vote on whether to adopt a resolution. If you adopt a resolution, each campus would have to provide students and employees the opportunity to participate in prayer, reading of the Bible, or other religious texts, and it would occur on each school day. I want to be very open and honest that right now, under federal law, under state law, under our district policies, our students already have that right to be able to pray individually, voluntarily, silently while they're at school. They can pray individually or in groups during non-instructional time. They can read religious texts during non-instructional time, possibly even during instructional time, depending on what's structured in that classroom. They can participate in religious clubs and activities as long as those are student-initiated. They have constitutional protections. First Amendment protects voluntary religious expressions. We cannot sponsor or coerce religious activity as school districts, and participation has to be voluntary and student-initiated. What this law is doing is it is requiring school districts to be on the record of what they, whether they want to establish this or not. What happens if we establish it are some operational impacts that I think are pretty important for you to understand. It does require us to provide that daily period of prayer and religious reading. And adoption for us is essentially, for school districts, is it's all in or nothing is what it is. All in or nothing implementation, meaning that we would have to implement it by the law. There's some compliance measures that are a little bit concerning to me as a superintendent. First off, we would have to have written parental consent from every student that wants to be involved in this. We must have that. That's part of the law. There has to be strict physical separation of participating and non-participating students. I mean, if we were to establish this, we would have to designate areas that those who do not have permission could not even be close enough to be able to hear what is happening. There has to be strict auditory separation of participating and non-participating students, and even district staff has to monitor what is happening in those buildings. It also requires us to identify the spaces on campus. We'd have to adjust bell schedules as necessary. We'd have to ensure that physical and auditory separation that requires there. All of that to say, if we move forward with this, it does create some burden for our staff and for our students as far as being able to maintain who has approval to be where. When that approval, anybody can revoke permission. Even employees that want to participate in it has to provide written documentation that they are authorizing themselves to be a part of it. And so there would be several different things that have to happen. As a parent, myself, of students that attend this district, I think that parents retain the authority to determine religious studies of their students and what they think should or should not happen. I think that we could set ourselves up for some compliance issues if we're not careful. I also want to be very clear that if we do not move forward with this, nothing changes for our students right now. If you don't adopt a resolution, our students still have the right to participate in prayer. They still have the right to read religious texts. Nothing changes by you not adopting a resolution. I think that this is completely the work of the Texas legislature to try to get school districts to have to be on the record for something that we already have the ability for our students and our staff to do now. My recommendation to you is that you do not adopt a resolution, that you decline doing so. Should you want to do that, though, I did provide possible language for a resolution and also language for policy. Happy to try to answer any questions if there are any, but that's kind of the presentation there.
I think my only question is, our current policy under Seguin ISD right now allows our children the freedom to choose between whether they want to pray in school or not pray in school, read a religious text or not read a religious text. They're offered that freedom of choice right now.
That is correct.
Based off of our policy.
That's provided by federal law, state law, and our Seguin ISD policy.
Madam President, I move to not adopt a resolution related to Texas Education Code Section 25.0823, Senate Bill 11, and prayer in schools.
I have a motion from Mr. Dwyer and a second from Mrs. Miller. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to say, I think, again, it's kind of sound like a broken record, but I think it's really important that we focus on learning in our schools with our kids right now and help our teachers to be able to focus on creating a learning environment. That be the focus.
Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. All right, now, Ms. Banks. 10G, consider appointing a budget committee for the Board of Trustees.
Y'all appointed a budget committee last year. Denise and Lisa were on that committee. It was very beneficial for me. We went through some of the same things that y'all saw in board workshops, but we also went through different things with them. This committee will meet once a month. I tried to keep it to about an hour of a meeting, and the committee no longer exists after we adopt the budget in June.
We can have up to 3 trustees. So if you are interested in being on the budget committee, just
I would
say
like
so.
to be on the budget committee as I'm very passionate about our budget and deficit.
We prefer members of the committee who want to spend money. That's a joke. That's totally a joke. That's off the record, not official.
Well, I
Thanks,
beg,
Dr. Lee.
I beg to differ about being on the record, sir.
Sir.
It's late. I'm delirious. I apologize.
If there are not 2 additional members who want to be on the committee, I would like to be on it again. I learned a lot even after being around for a while, but I want to give people the opportunity if some of you who haven't served would like to. Are you gonna let me have it?
Finance is fun, y'all.
I'm gonna do it.
That's our motto.
I did it my first year. It was cool. I want to refresh, and I think it's important with the talking about the police thing and everything too. That we have someone who kind of likes to spend money, but also is very cognizant of what our taxpayers are paying, as he sits on a board for that too. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to serve?
Thanks, Grace.
Okay, so Mr. Bright, Mrs. Burns, and myself are interested. Would someone make a motion for that is not one of us?
Madam President, I move to appoint Joshua Bright, Lisa Burns, and Denise Crittenden to the Budget Committee for the 2026 year.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Dwyer and a second from Ms. Duncan. Any further discussion? No, you don't have to. You don't have to. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Don't anybody fight us for being on the. Oh, Miss Linda Duncan there. Okay, do we have any board comments or requests?
I just want to make a quick comment. As many of you know, I was involved in a production at the Texas Theater, and we had some tech people that helped during that, and they came, most of them, from the Seguin High School Theater Department, and I just want to commend them. And they did a fantastic job, and they were able to learn and to contribute to getting the rest of their students to be able to have a banquet there at the Texas Theater. So it was sweat equity, and I'm just real appreciative of that, and that our students have that opportunity.
Thank you. Along the theater lines, I just want to invite people to the public show of the Seguin High School one-act play, which is March 3rd at 7 o'clock in the PAC.
Move to adjourn.
I'm going to go really slow just in case people have a bet on what time we end. All right. That is a motion from Mr. Bright. Who gave the second? A second from Miss Miller. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Oh, wait, there's no discussion.
No, there is no discussion on that.
20 seconds.
Motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned at 11:15.